Okay. Whew. Mmm. So much teeth. Weird. I mean... Okay. Morning, Magic Money! Thanks for the good luck wishes. Appreciate it. Morning, Griddle! Alright. I am not actually awake. Not really a person. Yet. I haven't had tea. Trying to only just have green tea tonight so I can sleep, maybe. Go for it. We have redundancies. The archer was what they most feared. Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. Whoa. Tricolor. Hey there, Zell! Alright, let's hope they don't have, artifact destruction. Let's go attacking with the Alysalana. And just the Alysalana, actually. Double spelling these isn't bad. They didn't take this out of my hand. I'm annoyed, though, but I think this is better than just Gathering Stone this turn. Sure. What? Okay. Sure. I mean, what? When you gotta go, honestly. Ooh, tea. What? No. No, no. We're good. Claim. Alright, I just have to, pull cards out of there. Alright. That's ready to go. Ah. Hmm. Okay. A win is a win. I will take it. I will take it, especially when it's the gap between the 2 and the 3, because that's a huge gap in gems. All right. I'm gonna go get a, I don't know what I want, but I'm gonna get something. And I'll be right, and more water, and I'll be right back, because I'm kind of hoarding and this thing is low. I'll be right back. Like 2 minutes. Okay. All right, let's go. What makes you say that, Griddlehark? I might get cozy. I myself am already cozy. I'm speaking, of course, of Kozilek, the deck. You said the TMNT limited environment looks miserable. I'm gonna anti-sentence next. First, I'm gonna surveil here. Gristle Daddy. If they have grub, making them discard a card, not so great. Still. Jesus Christ on a stick. Well, we were gonna lose this one. Probably still are. There's that fourth land, but it's not a third swamp, which is good for us. No, man. That I really didn't want to happen. Hmm. I mean, what I can do is get this back, because that's actually very good for me, but I like the incidental life gain a lot. Against that deck. So I think I'm just gonna play carefully for now. And patiently. Ugh. 2 Boggart Mischief, Eclipse Boggart, Graveshifter, Bloodline Bidding. Wow. Okay. I mean, what can you do against that draw and deck? And the rare as well. Jesus Christ. That's fucked up. Well, I mean, I don't think we can do much against that. We'll do our best, but... that's gonna be difficult. Not good enough. The only that uncommon is the only common that they played is a removal, and the commons that they played are removal and like the best card for that deck. Everything else has been uncommon or higher. Jesus Christ, really? Come on! 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lands already? With 23 cards? Jesus Christ. I kinda need the life gain off of this. They just grave shift back this. Oh, I hate it. Alright. Well, I mean, I can get back the safe right, then they have to do twice off this. Otherwise, I take 6 this turn. I'd also just pull this into play. And gain 1. I'm gonna do that for now. And hope that I actually draw into something coming up. I need them to just draw lands, but only red. Because we're at 9 and they're at 4. I mean, it's still a 3/3. I probably have to crack the... Alright, I probably have to crack the blood pennant this coming turn. I really wanted to hit an elf into an elf there. That was my whole goal, but... Such was not to be! And of course they have a tweeze. Damn it. That sucks. I mean, I was never gonna beat that draw anyway. Well, I mean, there were draws that I could have had that would have been good, but... Yeah, no, I'm still gonna do this. Reveal... and Bloodline. Alright, well... So there are two things that aren't elves left in our deck that are, as far as our creatures, and it's Tam and Pummeler for Hire. Pummeler for Hire draws, rather gains us life, which is really nice. But if I can Bloodline Bidding with the Pennant still in, like if I draw a land here, if I can Bloodline with the Pennant still in play, I can gain some life. May still die here, because again, 8 is not a lot of life. They also have a Bloodline Bidding. Okay. So, let's give it a shot. Hey kid, how you doing? Okay, Griddle, I'll have to see. I read your thing there. I will, I think I'm gonna reserve judgment for now, because I've heard from a lot of people that it's better. But we'll see. Hey, Jay! Ooh, Pummeler. That bidding's gonna be a huge problem, I can already tell. Okay. Ooh. I can kill the Mischief. Okay. I mean, they have the bidding, so they can make exchanges. I couldn't double pump because there's no elves in my graveyard for the dignitary. So I couldn't double pump the feastling and attack into the champion. Next turn I can, though. Steel City, welcome, welcome! How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Oh. Hey, Steph. Hey, Brad. All right, let's see what they do here. Mom sealed. Both of you opened. Oh, the stupid Atali. Oh, god damn. That's a mess. No, they have a bidding here. Remember. Five, six. So yeah, they're gonna play a swamp here, or a land, and then do that. How do I want to do this? I think we just lose the dignitary. That's fine. I don't need to pump twice on this necessarily just yet. Yeah, this could be a problem. Again, like the bidding, like I said, they have all the rares and uncommons. Like they've played three commons, Tweeze, Gristle, and Cinder, which are all perfect for that deck. So, like, there's nothing I can do. I did the best I could by getting rid of both of Boggart Mischiefs. Like, I can't beat the draw that they had, because their deck is the most nutty thing I've seen in a while. champion is nuts, and then also Bloodline Bidding and the 2 Boggart Mischiefs, and the like. They have played, like, again, 3 commons that are the best for that deck anyway, 2 of which are removal. I can't afford to gain any more life. So yeah, I just lose. I mean, there's no way I can win this game. They drew perfects and not 1 extra land. Too bad. And, like, only the best cards for them. I tried. At least we put them to 2. Alright. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that draw from them. Like, that's the most stupid thing I've ever seen as far as a deck for goblins. And the draw. Like, the draw was absolutely stupid. I kind of hate their fellow drafters. I think we had a shot if we found the Morkants, but we didn't see it. We also have 1 rare in our deck, which is the Morkant itself. But they had, yeah. We have a lot of commons. They don't. Oh well. Okay. So, Cozy. Cozy is getting the Labyrinth that was proxied. Cozy. It's so pretty. The mana symbol one. Do. We got a draw on the draft, apparently. There it is. Ugin's Labyrinth going in. Okay. Eugene. Two Mahas? Oh god. Our most traumatic arena direct, we played against the first person who had in Tarkir Dragonstorm who had Eugene. And then we played against the second person who had Eugene. And that was the entire arena direct was done. It was just like, I hate it. I hate it. Thanks. There we go. Actually, if they don't play anything here, I will be playing the extractor, so maybe I should show that instead. Yeah. Okay, they did play something, so Priestess, Prideful Feasting is still good. Or I could play Dawn and Tam. Nah, Feast. Okay. Now, it may be better to save that for like a lord or something, but I don't think I want that coming in as frequently as it probably will right now. So we'll see how this goes. I'm just going to buffer my life total a little bit. Okay. Awkward. So we're stuck on lands a bit here. However, I also can't use this until an elf dies. I can surveil, though, at the end of the turn. That's actually the best I think that could have gone for us. That's fantastic. Because now we can Tam, get the Surveil, and Auntie's Sentence their hand. I do want to play that Moonglove Extractor, but I don't need to here. I actually don't need that land now. Yeah, I don't need that land now. Hi, King. Thank you so much for gifting us sub, Kirby. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support of the stream. Yeah, that hurts. Well, getting land anyway. I don't think I can push any damage here. This sucks. Alright, I'm gonna need to find some more removal. Was that 3 lands in a row? Yeah. We just faced off against the most insane goblins deck that I've ever seen. But I think we're losing this one, obviously. Pummeler for hire would be good. Or we could get the 4th land in a row. That is also something we could do. Yeah, I think I lose. Oh well. I mean, it would be nice to get our rare. We only have 1 though, so it'd be nice to get that sooner rather than later, but or like one of our reachers. Yeah, I can't keep that. Or a fight spell. We've got Unforgiving Aim, we've got Dawn's Light Archer, we've got Pitiless Fists, we've got Pummeler for Hire, we've got, did I say Unforgiving Aim already? I forget. But yeah, anyway. Sadness. And in the last 2 games, Morkant hasn't shown up in the top half of the deck, so that's pretty sad. Nor Morkant's eyes to help us keep surveilling for stuffs. We still die here, even if we find the Pummeler. Mm-hmm. Alright. That sucks. That really sucks. We had so many outs, just couldn't find a single one. I think there was like 5 lands in a row, plus minus the 2/3 lifelinker that we put in the graveyard. Damn. Ugh. All right. Next. So many answers to that deck, just couldn't find them. All right. Don't have a black source. I have a Dawn Blast into lists, which is probably fine. In theory. Still not on the play. Alright, well. Alright, alright. Alright, Black Source. Elf. Done. Okay, now we need to stop drawing lands for a while and draw actual spells. Red-white. I mean, technically that's a spell, but it's not an early spell. Okay, at least that's a 4-drop. Ooh, Jeskai? Merca. They can blight 1 and give something haste. I still think I'm gonna attack for 4. Sure, a 5th land after the Morkin to play the Grove Guide is pretty good. Oh, killing that would have been good too. Shit, they have 2! Well, this sucks. This is bad. This is so bad. Where were you last game? And they have a twin Jesus Christ. What is this with people not having a single, like, one common, like, period? Jesus Christ. I'm in danger. Yeah. So, fuck. Why is it, how does it we find people with these types of decks? Like, I don't understand. Who was in their draft and what drugs were they on? Okay, where's that coming from? Oh no, Secret Reach fails me. Huh. I have another rare in this deck, the Blood I'm Bidding. I completely forgot about that. I did a thing! I was so scared. The turn after they had the two, that was like, okay, so they set up with two Tanafel Rhyme Speakers and the Travelers, and I was like, okay, GG's. And then they play a Klagen Festival, and I was like, what? Exactly. What? Okay. I am not dead. Oh, God. That was, okay. What the hell? It does give them vivid triggers, definitely, but I'm so glad they weren't able to take advantage of them. All right. I really can't handle feet on main. Yeah, cloven hooves on main, yeah. Ooh, this is slow if I'm on the draw. I don't think I can throw it away, though. I'll land not a good draw there. Dear God, is it gonna be like broken... Fuck. Is it gonna be broken goblin decks today? Why did I draw 2 lands in a row? I already had 4! Right on time. Ugh, really? Why am I only drawing lands? Fuck. At least I can gain some life. Meaning 1 here, and then I can gain 4 next turn. Bugger. New set, Shame Shuffler. No. Let me guess. Antelope. God damn it. What is that doing there? They didn't find an elf, they found a percher! What the fuck? Oh wait, they also had a stompling. Okay. Got it. Got it. thing! Fuck. All right, well, the bidding going away is really painful. I do think that's one of the only ways we can come back into a game against this type of deck. But I have gotten rid of that for now. And so at least we're not taking double the damage, I guess, but... And I got a little bit of a life buffer from it, but... I don't think that's the right attack, but... What do I know? Turns out it was, because... I drew a removal spell that pumps my dude. I'm gonna hold on to the Gathering Stone, the land and the Gathering Stone, because I don't... If they make me discard one, I want to discard the Swamp, like with a Taster of Wares, if they have no other goblins with it. I like trading here. More life buffer, it's fewer things for them to blight onto. I need to hope they don't have their own bloodline thingy. I'm gonna hope that I can come back here. That we start drawing some elves. They've outdrawn us by 4 cards. Slash milled stuff. Kill the mischief? Trying to think whether I want to use the pennant now. I really should be in theory, like the math says I should be drawing some elves. I think I'm gonna go one more turn, but that could be a mistake. I wish I could have killed the stone, yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, there's no artifact. so many lands. But I can get the Morkan's Eyes back with the pennant, so that's good. They have 12 cards left, I have 18. Oh, come on. No, seriously? That's your top deck? Come on. What the fuck, dude? Thanks, I hate it. Should have attacked with more than that if that was the thing. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, we have 4 lands. We have 3 fucking lands left in 16 cards. What the fuck? Oh, boy. No, we have 4 because it was already telling me about the next one. Cool. How is this a thing? That's what I don't understand. Where my opponent can top deck exactly the Percher. And I'm like, okay, I'm drawing the millionth land, even after bottoming a land. Like, what? Okay. Well, yeah, they should have swung out all last time, too. I'm gonna lose this game to Flood. This sucked. And perfectly top decked second Percher, by the way. They still have 8 cards left. Now 6. Hey, Carlo, how you doing? God damn it! Oh, come on! There's like... Oh, come the fuck on! Okay, alright, well... Here we go. So let's go, next to combat. Charge. Next to blockers. Pump. Pump. End the turn. 3 cards left for them, 10 cards left for us. I gotta hope they have some freaking lands in there. I gotta hope we draw an elf. For Pete's sake. Alright, maybe we can come back with this Scarblade. Let's see. They have 2 Sting Slingers, so I'm effectively at 4 on this board. If you weren't watching, you would believe this. Yeah, I mean... Welcome to the stream! Hey, Carlo, sorry, this like crazy bullshit that's happening as far as flooding. Reveal. So they can blight it so I don't gain any life. That sucks. I am playing 16 lands. Shut the fuck up. This is why we always play. Fuck you. Yeah, I just lose here. Yes, we're very dead to the Sting Slingers. We were dead to them before, too. They also, like, 5 years ago, we were dead as well because they didn't attack all during one particular turn. Like, they could have killed us and absolutely refused to. We just flooded out. Like, we've had 2 lands in our deck for, like, the last 4 turns. They have 2 cards, and for whatever reason, they hit the perch rate exactly the right time. We flooded out, and then we did the Morkan's Eyes, out of desperation, and then we were hoping to, reuse it with our Pennant, Dawnblessed Pennant, but they top decked a second Percher at exactly that time. So it was really shit. Yeah, I mean, our opponents have gotten so lucky, and we've gotten so unlucky. It's been amazing. Oh well, at least we got 4 wins. That deck deserved better, but it decided not to draw anything but lands, so... Cool. Alright. So... Packs. Jemmies! Gems! Yeah, whether or not I attacked there, we were dead to the slingers because they would have to make a mistaken attack on the ground. So there was nothing I could really do. It was just too much land early. We had that artifact out and we were just bottoming lands and then drawing a land, then bottoming a land and then drawing a land. Like, not bottoming, but the putting in graveyard because it's surveil. But like, it was so miserable. All right, we have a semi-Kithkin deck. Someone else was in Kithkin, went into Kithkin. I took the champion first pick, first pack, and then in the same pack there was a Eclipsed, and for some reason that put people into Kithkin, and I'm really sad about it. But we have a Sapling Nursery, a champion, a Riss, and a Hinscare. So we're just trying to do the best with what we have. As far as our removal, we have 2 spirals, 1 protective response, a couple unforgiving aim just to get rid of flyers and enchantments, and it, worst case, make a 2/2 elf that can be pumped by the cavalry. We have a liminal hold. I do like the imbuer in this deck quite a bit, but we definitely were fighting with somebody for it, which is annoying. I do like the unforgiving aims also, just, I don't have a lot of interaction, but also it's 2/2 flash creature for the trample here, so at least there's that. It is not a great deck, but maybe we can make it work. Right now I'm trying to figure out whether I want to cut a land with the Sapling Nursery, and I think I do still. We have a Changeling Wayfinder, we have a Forest Druid, we have this to draw. Hopefully we can get there. I think 8 and 8 is still correct given the nursery. We can do a little bit with green only on the early side, so I think it's okay. All right, let's try at least a round of this, and then we can get into the rares and mythics of Turtles, which I'm very much looking forward to. All right, so Cozy got its Ugin's Labyrinth. That's good. Now I need to, I think, so 6, I think, goes into, and some of the lands go into, Disa, I think. All right, let's go. Good evening, Bitmancer. All right. Dissident is a hell of a drug. Oh, God. Why do I run up against these decks? Like, they don't know how to play commons most of the decks tonight. And the only commons they do play are like premium removal. It's like, I can't. All right, if I get a land though, I have to decide whether I'm liminal holding the Dissident or the Curse Crafter. Maybe we're just safe right cavalry and just hoping to get there. Cavalry. I can't do it mid-game, Summer, I'm sorry. And do it in sealed deck.tech. Playing Magic at Lyrazel's was awesome. It was really, really fun. I'll show you some cool stuff that I got from that. But I arrived a little early, and I was really glad I did, because hanging out with Lurizel was awesome. By mistake, I got the time slightly wrong, but I was late for that time anyway, so it's not too bad. I just shovel out the driveway first. First tosser. They're gonna kill my druid. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, my opponents tonight do not know how to play commons. So they have played 2 uncommons, and now we've seen 2 rares. Which is fun. Yeah, Bogs with Embrace would have been so much worse. Well, we're not too sad about that. We do have a road. We can play most of the stuff in our hands except for the Liminal Hold. And now we can do this. I think I probably want to... So they do this, get this back. Grub is more likely to attack, so the protective is worse there, but I think it's still... We just play Crossroads Watcher and attack with the cavalry. Happy to block the Curse Crafter with the Watcher, I think, still. Well, no, actually, we'll see. No, we would take the 2. They could do that at instant speed. I don't know if they know. Nice. Okay, so... I did it on this one because this one's already vulnerable to Tweeze. EP Ultra type hours. I live in those hours. Look at the elves. The Diviner and the Dissident, jeez. Tutu with trample that pumps when you play a creature jit over. No, I mean I live in the place where I can't type and can't or think. No shade on you. I'm so glad to have you when we have you. All right, what am I doing? I think I probably have to liminal hold the Curse Crafter here. Although that is interesting. Alternatively, if I just attack with the cavalry... If I just attack with the Watcher, I could Unforgiving Aim, make a 2/2, and Protective Response, whatever blocks it, but that would only be 3 damage. This kill the auntie. Let's see what they do here. And hope I'm not dead on the crackback. No, lifelink is cheating. Hmm. Sleepwell Griddle! It's possible I should have attacked with the Watcher as well, and if they blocked with a certain way, we Unforgiving Aim and pump it. But they gain life then? I don't remember. Ooh, did Auto Tapper get them then? I actually might want to do the 2/2 here so that I have another thing to possibly pump to 3. All right, I'm gonna hope I can get there. Like, they still have grub. Grub is a hell of a drug. But you have to attack with it to make it worthwhile. Oh, shit. Okay. I can still block. I think I'm still okay. It's just very close. Oh. Well, now I don't have to block. Okay. Never mind. It's not close because it says summoning sickness in there. I don't forgot it doesn't give haste or anything like that. 6, 7, 8. 2 blockers. Lethal. I don't have to show them this, which is nice. Okay. Alright. I gotta run to the restroom really quickly. Be right back. I'm gonna start the tea water too. Yerk. Okay. Done. Alright, here we go. I don't know how I feel about our opponent's name. It's definitely a choice. Go, little nomad, go. Huzzah. Got in for a damage. Don't even, like, don't insult me. No, lifelink is still cheat. Okay. Unless that happens for me. Life gain on my side is totally fine. The cool thing about, like, red black is it has no answer for sapling nursery. Unless they get enough things to drain us out with the goblins that they get. Oh, bugger. Alright, grub it is. Really have to find removal for that. Personally, oh hey, you have the redemption of the song too at some point. So if you're here and would like to do that, what is happening? Okay. So, Auntie's gonna work really well for them here. All right, Kinscare Sentry down. Killing the Elm is good because they do have Blight, but, like, I think Auntie off the field, the Berserker's much smaller. Sure. Go for it. Graspling gone. Because it's the only interaction we have. It's also instant speed pump for the Watcher, which has trample. It's also 2 elves for this to pump. Yeah. Do you think they have a spell here? Because I could block and pump this, but I don't think that's as safe as doing this. I'm keeping the other one because we know, like, a Bogger's Malice could... Mischief or whatever it is could be a thing. That's gonna be a huge issue. Because I don't want to risk the safe right yet. It's what is allowing everything else to get in. I was really hoping they'd block with, like, both of the 3-4 and 3-3 so that I could kill something or do something, because they figured I couldn't kill both. They've been playing as though they have a trick, so it's worrisome. But currently, the combination of the Elm and the Dissident is going to kill us. Yeah, I have to pump it. They can still do stuff here. Yep. Bullshit. Okay. Well, they didn't have a trick. They were playing as though they had a trick this entire time, but they didn't actually have a trick. So I could have actually attacked with the cavalry last turn. Oh, that's fun. I can protective response the diviner too if I want. I think I do. Then they don't have anything to dissident onto save itself. Okay. Whew. Okay. All right, so Summer, do you have the post of the seal deck.tech? Send it here, though. No mischiefs, I know. All right, let's see. Hmm. I think the blue is your splash. I don't think you're doing wild unraveling at all. You don't have any other recursions, so you're gonna do the Dawn Blessed Pennant to get Marilyn back. Stratosaur is not fixing when you're not in blue. Like, it's fixing for a different color or a second blue, but it's not... When you're not, like, in main blue, then it's not really what you want to do. So I think we've got the Changeling Wayfinder, we run the Furdok Core, we cut these three, Unwelcome Sprite, I'm gonna Graspling, Thought Weft Charge. Dagger. I don't know about Glamourite. I actually think we probably run... This is a... We just don't have that much removal that's good. I really don't like the temporal cleansings necessarily. So I think we're gonna run tricks as removal instead. Minimizing the blue, because again, you're gonna want your green to be better. And black. So we have Bog Slithers, Blight Rot, Assert. That's good. I don't think the Temporal's happening. I'm kind of looking at this, oddly, because remove all counters from target creature can remove the safe rights if they are not getting bigger naturally. The exiles 2 cards from the hand might be enough to sort of just make sure that they don't have enough to deal with your cavalries and so on and so forth. The other 2 options are the Pummeler and the Blackthorn. Those are both fine. And you can choose whichever one you prefer. I have a slight preference for the Blackthorn in this particular deck just because you don't have a lot of ways to make the Pummeler cheaper. It's just going to be the two colors most frequently because you only have this Graspling that's double colored, and none of these help with that vivid. So I think I'm leaning toward the perfect. But I think you could make a case for Blackthorn or Pummeler. So I think I'm going to leave that up to you. This would be how I would build it. I think we're missing a few key things, but yeah. So again, yeah, I would be leaning toward the Blackthorn if it weren't perfect intimidation. That'd be the thing. No, you need to fix the land after doing this. Basically, just do a calculation. So you got the Fear Duck and the Changeling to help fix too. So yeah, this is how I'd build it, but fix the lands. All right, here's the link now. Booyah. You're welcome. Okay. Here we go. Try and finish this one and then we get to turtles. Whew. Ow, click. All right, let me put Cozy back. I don't think there was anything else to put in Cozy. Let me double check, though. Yeah, 6 was Disa. Yep. Put Ugins in, so that's done. Yeah, we have the rares and mythics to do. We did all of the uncommons and commons last night. Slash this morning. Yesterday morning. Gonna need some lands. Okay. Yay, a land. Could just play Crossroads Watcher there. It's not bad. I don't want to block with it, though. Crossroads Watcher's better there, I think. I wanted the Spikeling down so I could play the Pummeler next turn, but yeah. If I drew a land. Wait, I can't still, right? Because I don't have green. Yeah, never mind. This is just better. Wouldn't want to block with that, though. We'll see. Anchovy and banana pizza. Alright, I need to draw some lands. But yeah, this was a better play earlier. That wouldn't have been able to get it. I mean, if it could have swung, and I wouldn't have blocked, though. But they wouldn't have been able to sacrifice it to do the kill. Let's see. Land! Jesus Christ. Ugh. Alright, if they have a tweeze or some way to kill this is rough. What? So they didn't attack with a Berserker there. Alright, I'm assuming they have another trick. Oh no. They have recursion? I could try to get them by flashing this in and eating the wretch. Well, no, it would be a 5. Let's just play both of these out. Huh. Okay. Hi, Kitty Kate! Okay, alright, I'll take it. Whew. You're gonna miss Lorwyn? Oh yeah, I hear ya. I hear ya. Oh man. They will probably have lots of flashback drafts though. Okay. I need some creatures. I do have 2 in hand, so we're okay. I'd rather save this for like a Boggart's Mischief, but I don't even know that I have it. Good times. No, you are not Gankrex. You're absolutely not the only person to think that. Hey, Placky! Or Plaky, I'm so sorry for mispronouncing your name. I would love to get that off the board so they can't, like, blight onto it. Oh, fuck me. Of course they have that. Alright, I'm gonna have to keep in mind that they have that, so I save removal for it. Damn. Alright, we have one more spiral into solitude. Gross. They do have a Boggart Mischief. I hate this. I could flash a 2/2 in, it's not gonna matter. I don't think. I think it's better to kill this, because otherwise I'm very, very dead. Alright, I need something. Ah, yes. We're saved. Okay. Let's go to the next one. They stopped at 6 mana and just drew mono things. Swear to God, so many decks tonight have like no commons. They played one Dweeze. And a Bone Club. Alright, let's see if we can get there. Alright, I have to remember that they have that rare. I have to try not to flood out quite so much. Watch us screw here. I'm ready. Come on, deck. Please give me a couple lands at least to start with. You have the turn 1 play? Oh, come on. Into the rare again? Christ. At least we got one land. One of their many rares, I should say. Sorry. Alright, another land is really nice. Yeah, it still trades. I'm fine with this. Alright, I'm gonna have to spiral something soon. Probably. And start attacking. That's very nice for me. Sure. They don't even get the discard draw. That's good. Let me attack. Oh, okay. Whew. Booyah. Ow. Wee. That was a thing. Okay. All right, 6 goes in Disa. I gotta get Disa. Okay, put this away. Wait. Woohoo. All right. Sucks for me, I guess. Cool. You may have no lands or all lands. Okay. Why would you not attack? Okay, all right. This sucks. Are you kidding me? I even got one out of my deck and I already started out with like a million. Why should I save the forests? I think you should read Sapling Nursery. Let's just go to the next game. All right. There's a small possibility that if I don't play out the two little creatures, then they maybe attack again with a 3/4. I doubt it, but because if I leave all that mana up, I'm pretty sure they don't. But yeah. But we just flooded. There's nothing I can do there. I have a nice curve here, in theory. Volgra, yeah. Very true. Definitely could have lost faster by keeping the no-land head. Thanks for blocking the trampler. They haven't seen this yet. I'm not sure I'm supposed to play it here. But if I just go for Liminal Hold, and they have, like, protection or... Okay. Now I don't have to show it to him. I think this was the right play. I think there were only a few things that stopped us from killing them that turn for that, so I think it's okay. Alright, let's hope we get a game more like that. The nursery is really good against their deck unless they have, like, enchantment removal. Oh god, come the fuck on! One land or 5! You have no in-between! Get wrecked. God damn it. Could you draw a land? Not me. Not me. I've got so many lands. This is what usually happens when we play Kithkin, is we flood out. I played out the land so that I can... Oh, fuck. Come on! Jesus. Mono Wellguard and then draw only Convoke spells, right? I need this Trampler, obviously, so... but now they're drawing so many cards that chances are they'll have removal for it. Yeah, play the land so I can pump and play. But I think we're dead now. I think they outlasted us. They had the temporal cleanse. They had everything. It was so annoying. Hey, thanks, Star Werewolf. Appreciate it. This sucks. This is so bad. I'm so sad about this. We had a great start. Unfortunately, we got a couple lanes where we really didn't want them, even though we were flooded at the start. And then, yeah, just mono, like, the one piece of tempo against us. Ah, gross. Okay. Oh well. Too bad. I mean, if they don't have removal for the Watcher, I can maybe get them here. We'll see. But, chances are they do. Our best draw... it depends. I mean... Sapling Nursery is a good one, but we don't have any lands to play with it because I've been playing it out so I can Shield Bearer plus other things. Wildvine Pummeler at least has Trample as well, so that the Imbuer can give it plus. Yeah, I mean... Okay, hold on. Okay, so they're telling me they have a Convoke spell here, and I hate it. I wish I had one of those give a creature trample spells, the +2/+0 and trample. Damn. Hmm. Yes, that is one thing you could do. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hate leaving this in hand, but I think the vaulter is actually worse for me. I'm holding onto the lands because if we draw the sapling, we're happy. God damn! Maybe we should just play it out so we can double fucking pump. Maybe we should attack both here. Meh. Hmm. Gonna play the land. How many of those? Okay, well, I know one's a changeling, but like, how many of those do you have? Stop! Come on! We have 22 cards in this deck! What the shit, dude? I can't hold these for this thing. I gotta start double pumping. Next turn. Fuck me. Okay, well, I mean, what am I gonna do with 10 lands? They have 9, but like they're there are 13 cards left in their deck. We're still 21. You son of a bitch! Oh, I hate everything. I was gonna kill that. I didn't even need to pump, but God, this sucks. I shouldn't have pumped. There was no need to. I thought I might kill the Marrow, and now they have free attacks with the Well Guard, which sucks. I'm just so frustrated right now. God, I'm frustrated. Yeah, they shouldn't have had a free attack with either of those, because I should have been able to... Since I was just killing this, I didn't need to pump at all. I was going to trade the Evermore for it. That's fine. I made a mistake there, and they got 2 more blockers. They would have had 1 more, potentially, if they wanted to throw away 1, but... Really hate this. Jesus Christ. Yeah. That was definitely an oops. Hmm. Yeah, I know. We have some. We have We have another Crossroads Watcher and a Wildvine Pummeler, just like anything. Ugh. But we flooded. I hate all of this. This fucking sucks. Yeah, I mean, I mean, what was I gonna do? Like I said, they're at 9 cards left in deck. We're at 18. We just flooded the fuck out. It sucked. You're kidding me. That's the worst draw left in the deck. Literal worst draw. There is no draw worse. Alright, we lose. That fucking sucked. So much fucking flood. In the early game. Again, like I said, yeah. We just couldn't draw cards. This is only indestructible. It's not hexproof. I can't stop them from bouncing it. All I needed was like, I'll land here, maybe. So we're like... That fucking sucked. So, 10 lands in the... and 22 cards left in our deck in the first part of the game. I have no cards in hand. What do you want me to do here? They have 7 cards left in the deck. We have 17. Like, it's just... They had the same amount of lands as we did. That was so miserable. There was one turn where I could have made it so they didn't get another 2 1/1s. I don't think it would have mattered, but that was really fucking sad. I hated that. That made me so sad. I am so upset about that. Alright, I'm gonna go drink some water and get some tea, and then we're gonna do Steph's. Okay. So, gotta get the water and be right back. Brr. Okay. Yeah, I mean, thinking through that, they even made a mistake. They tapped the 3/2 that they gave flying plus 2/2. I mean, like, I gave them an attack with a 2/3/2s, but that didn't even matter because, the 2/1/1s didn't matter over the course of the game because they had plenty of blockers anyway. By the end, they still had cards. Yeah, well, I'm just sad about that. All right, well, it happens. Them's flooding. All right, so I was just putting together a sandwich. It says ham and cheese and mustard, and I noticed that the sliced ham, said family pack. And I think if your family is 3 people who are me, then maybe it's a family pack. But otherwise, not a family pack. If you have 4 people and it's form of me, then you don't have a family pack. One person's gonna go without ham because they don't know me or my sandwiches, clearly. Okay. Let's go see. All right, I gotta pull it up. Four colors was totally doable in Avatar. Wait, Gangcrex, you were saying people are stream sniping? No. I mean, maybe. I'm too small, I would think, for people to actually stream snipe me. And also, if they stream snipe, then clearly they want it more than I do. So. Sucks to be them. No, I doubt. Like I said, I think the most likely thing is no, they were not stream sniping. Too small potatoes. Okay, so tea is too hot to drink currently. There are, of course, 9 hours and 55 minutes until the start of the early access, just in case people were wondering. When you can see your favorite streamers play this thing. So we have already gone through, last stream, the uncommons and commons from the set. That's the one that's most interest to me, because that's the one, you know, they'll see the most of commons and uncommons in your pre-release kit and in your drafts. So that is going to be the most helpful to you in your pre-release. These days, so and it's up on YouTube if you want to go check that out. It is here. The full VOD is there. We go back and we look at all sorts of other cards and statistically how well they, you know, we don't go into statistics, but we talk about how well they perform and similar, you know, cards from the past. So you can get an idea of how well things are going to go there. For rares and mythics, these days with power creep, it's usually, for the most part, you're just going to slam the rare or mythic. However, since it's play boosters, we do have to go through it because you do want to be able to evaluate whether one rare is better than another rare, because you might get up to 4 rares and mythics in a pack. So, so it's more important these days to go over the rares and mythics. Additionally, there's going to be some that are just completely unplayable and some that will shift you into them, like pack 2, for example. So we only have 68 cards to go through, so that's not too bad. So that's really good because my voice is still a little bit wonky from yesterday. But here we go. So let's take a look at this. I don't remember many of these characters. Like I said, I started Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the late 80s, early 90s. So with the cartoon and the live action movies, original movies, which are awesome. Especially the first one. So there's a lot of this stuff that I don't recognize. So bear with me here, but I don't think there were Men in Black in the original stuffs. But maybe I'm forgetting. Also, are they calling it Men in Black because this person was called Man in Black in the actual show, or is this ripping off Men in Black, or vice versa? Comic book references to this? Okay, fair. I did not read the comics. Okay, good to know. Well, so this card, Agent Bishop, Man in Black. So it's a 3-mana 1/2. But at the beginning of your combat, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So even if you have no other creatures, it can target itself. We have a parallel to this in the past, which is had to be nerfed. So in Zendikar Rising, we had Luminarch Aspirant. So this is a 2-mana 1/1. At the beginning of combat, you try and put up a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and this just took over the games. Like limited, let alone like limited was so powerful, but they actually had to nerf it because it was so dumb at the time. So this is the Aspirant, and this is a parallel card that, because it starts so early, is even better than putting on each of up to 2 target creatures. However, this card is still stupid. It's still dumb. So it starts off as a 2/3 if you have no other things, and that's the worst case scenario. But the best case is you have a 2-drop, and then not only does it pump the creature that was already in play, but it pumps itself as well. So this is a very dumb card. Take it extremely highly. I don't think the removal in this set deals with it very well if it's out on a second turn. So, for example, the common removal in red, the 3 damage spell, will not deal with this if it's been out for a turn and then gets to be another turn. The common, there's a 4 mana that does 6 damage. That will do it eventually. But again, that's them spending more mana than you had to do this, and it, in theory, already got value. So this is a very sick card. The black removal can remove it. The uncommon and common can remove it, but again, the common is 4 mana, or they have to sacrifice or the Vicious Offering reprint, where they have to sacrifice a creature to do -5/-5. So this card is absolutely stupid. You do want to slam this. It's perfectly splashable. What else can you say about it? This card, yeah, Very, very good. So basically, you see it, you take it. Like, as long as you can splash it, it's fine. Like, you don't have to be in white in particular, but you do have to have a little bit of fixing if you want to try it. So, leader's talent. Here we go. Here's Leonardo doing that. I can't see enough of the Japanese hiragana behind him to actually read it. Sorry. All right. Whenever you attack... Oh, God. Really? Okay. So, leader's talent, at least the first part of it, God damn. At least the first part of it is your sparring regimen from Strixhaven. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target, attacking creature, and untap it. The extra untap was pretty crazy, but this does other things later as well, right? We also have seen something like this effect in Oh god, there's gonna be too many rangers. There we go. So level 2 of ranger class also had this effect. It's very powerful. It pooped out a creature the first time you played it, and then you could level up to get this effect. So it provided its own thing to pump, which was already really, really nice. So the first part of this is very powerful, and you can splash it in any deck. The second part of this is less powerful. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it had a counter on it, you gain 2 life. You can be sneaking things with counters and then not lose too much value that way by gaining 2 life there, or when things are trading or dying, for any reason you gain 2 life. But I'm not that impressed with this. There aren't a lot of like life gain synergies, etc., and going for that, but it is incidental stuff. This, however, is pretty stupid. Once you get to level 3, whenever you cast a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That is crazy. But I think, for the most part, you really want to evaluate this card based on its first level, which is definitely worth playing and worth splashing. That just gets to be pretty darn silly each time. So, it can take over the game really quickly, because it can take creatures completely out of the range of the red and green removal, because the green removal punches and the red removal maxes out at 6. So, yeah, it's a thing. So now, so this is another slam, no matter when it shows up, as long as you can splash for it. It's just not that difficult to play. All right. Leonardo Cutting Edge. 2 mana, 1/1 lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter account on Leonardo. But you can sneak it for 1. So you can use it to bring your creature back to your hand and get that ETB again. Or, I mean, here's the lifelink synergy, by the way. If you can get both of these, then it does synergize here. When it, you know, if it had a counter on it, gain you 2 life. So if something else leaves the battlefield, this gets bigger. But basically, this is a Leonin Deuter guy. Where'd it go? Pride mate thingy. Thank you. So a Johnny's Primate. But it only starts as a 1/1. That said, this has lifelink on itself. So that's dumb. So you can sneak it in, gain the life. It's a 2/2 already, and then you can get an ETB again. I don't think this is quite as powerful as these two. Leader's Talent, and Agent Bishop. It's not something you really necessarily want to splash, especially if you don't have lifelink synergies. It does do the lifelink on its own, like I said, but it does have to hit for that to be the case. If you have a ton of pump, then yeah, maybe. But I'm not immediately going to be splashing it like I am for these two. So these are going to be, for me, these are going to be somewhere in the A+ tier. Perhaps even S for some of them. Maybe for this, but the Leonardo's more of an A- / A. It's just a good creature. Now this Leonardo, Sewer Samurai, 4 mana, 3/3, sneak for 4, double strike. During your turn, you can cast creature spells with power toughness 1 or less from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with finality counter on it. Okay, so you could recast Leonardo, for example, or Agent Bishop, or this prehistoric pet down here, or various things that we've seen in the main set, including like a 3/1 red card. This is just value. It's a good card. It is for the sneak, it is a bigger commitment to white, but you don't have to sneak this card in if you don't want to. It is as, potential for 6 damage that they didn't see coming, so I understand why the sneak is there. But a 4 mana 3/3 like Hill Giant, not great. Double strike is good though on it. And especially in this set, it doesn't seem to be that bad as far as, getting through for damage. The problem is that even the missile takes it out, the like 3 damage spell. So 4 mana for a 3/3 that's going to die to 2 mana spell is a little bit rough if you haven't gotten value off of it. So in general, you are going to want it like when you can actually sneak it potentially. Again, it's just a fine card. Again, I think these two, if you can build around it with the toughness 1 or less, that's pretty sweet too. But you don't want to nerf your deck just to be able to do that. So I am going to suggest that this is going to be better than this Leonardo, but not as good as either of these 2 cards. So for now, we're going to go A+, A-. And again, these could be S tier. I don't want to label anything S tier just yet. I'll stick with the A's for now, and then we'll come back and I'll probably be like, okay, these are S tier. Okay. Leonardo's Technique. Here we go. Here's a spell with sneak that we have in rare. Let's see. So return 1 or 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. But you can sneak for 2. Okay. All right. So we have a lot of things that will do this for 2 mana. Not 2 of them, but 1. So usually you get something else in addition to. So here, right, return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If a creature enters the battlefield this way, it enters with additional +1/+1 counter on it. So we've seen this before, but the differences here now are that this is potentially at sneak speed, so instant speed, which might give you some sort of extra attack value, right? It also could save a creature to reuse as a good ETB again, clearly. So, I think just for the 4, it's a perfectly mana value 3 or less. We're running a lot of that these days, and I suspect we'll be running even more in this set because if you don't run a lot of early plays, you're gonna get run over by a sneak deck, because you need to be able to block. So I suspect that this on its own is just good enough to play in a deck. I don't even think you need to sneak it for the maximum value necessarily, but I think it's just a decent card. I do think that it is roughly on par with the Leonardo as this cutting edge, as opposed to any of the others. So again, A+, we've got A-, A, and A-. So I think they're good there. So Prehistoric Pet is a 1-mana 1/2 that can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. You can pay 2, so 1 and a white, and tap it. To return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. You activate it only during your turn. So this is really good for, here, let's actually pull up the actual set too. So, white has Uneasy Alliance. That if they can't exile it yet, you can use this to get your creature out from under it. Oh, it's really nice. Blue has Retro Mutation, which really should be used just to kill a creature in combat, but if they happen to do this, you can again save the creature or get it out from under that. You can pull a, fugitive droid back to your hand to replay it to get an extra counter on Donatello. So you can, when you're attacking, you can attack with lots of things, and if they block exactly the right way, for example, you can pull back one of the things that was blocked that you didn't like how it was doing. They played a combat trick that was going to kill it anyway. So this card is very useful. It may also get in some extra damage with, this sort of can't be blocked by creatures of greater power. I believe that's called Skulk. I believe it actually has a name. Like, I don't understand why they're not putting the old keywords on it. Because that's like the second one that they didn't put on there. That we've seen. So I really don't understand why, yeah. So we've actually had, so this is Skulk, and then we also had, Battle Cry. Skulk and Battle Cryers are on several cards in this set, and a couple cards in the set, and they haven't actually explained them. They haven't used the keyword. They just use the full thing. It's really weird and annoying. So anyway, annoying. So this card has definite uses. It is decent. So, but it's still on the level of technique and cutting edge. So these are going to be, battle cry takes immunity. Yeah, here, look, I'll show you. So the battle cry card was on a red card, I believe. Wingnut. Whenever Wingnut attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That's Battle Cry. That is Battle Cry. That's the literal definition of Battle Cry. Right? Gives a +1/+0 bonus to each other attacking creature. Like, that's Battle Cry. So we have Skulk and we have Battle Cry, but they've written them out and they haven't keyworded them, which is really annoying because they've been keyworded for a very long time and very recently. So if you look at Battle Cry, Modern Horizons 3 had a Battle Cry card, and it was literally using the keyword, and I don't understand why they're not doing that, and the inconsistency is really annoying me. Because it's just gonna confuse like newer players. They're like, oh, whenever it attacks each other and then they see Battle Cry and they're like, what's that? And I'm just like, ugh. Sorry. Anyway. Okay, so all right. I'm gonna give these two B pluses because I kind of want to give this an A-, this an A, and these S tier at this point. I actually think it's safe to say these are S tier. With this one being even better than this one. But yeah. Anyway, Sally Pride, Lioness Leader, 3 and 2 white, 2/4, enters, create X 2/2 red mutant creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control. Damn, that spirals. Whenever it doesn't that just like a win more? Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Cool. All right. This combos really well with the hasty artifact that we saw. It is colorless. Skateboard. A creep creature gets +1/+0 and has haste. So if you can haste this out, that's absolutely dumb. If you can curve into it, it's also already dumb. So yeah. Good card. You do have to be in white. It's not as splashable at all as these two, but still very good. I mean, yeah. I'm gonna give it an A. So try, and it can be S if you like. I think if you're at all near white, it's gonna be S. But like if you're not at all near white, I don't think it's as like, okay, this, you know, this is as much a slam as the others. But like, yeah, if your fixing is good, grab it. But yeah, first pick, first pack. I think the only thing you take over Sally Pride, like I don't think Leonardo's as good as Sally Pride is here. This sewer samurai. I think the only thing so far that we take over Sally Pride is these two first pick, first pack. If they were in the pack with it. Not to use keywords on an ability appears only on 1 or 2 cards in the set. I think it's confusing new players. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Battle Cry is always explained anyway, right? Like, it's always going to be, even with Modern Horizons 3, actually, let's do one more window just because I want to. So, so even here, it says it gains Battle Cry, right? And then it explains it, right? Like, that's just like, and it was only on like this card, so like, but it gave the actual term. It's very inconsistent in my opinion. Yeah, it disappears exactly the same as Revolt. We found that too. So yeah. Totus Glyphs, yeah. Okay, all right. Triceraton Commander. XX 2 white, flying 2/2. Whenever this attacks, dinosaurs you control other than this creature get +1/+1 gain flying until end of turn. When this creature enters, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's say you pay 4 total, so X is 1. So you get 2 bodies, a 2/2 flyer, and a 2/2. Then if you get to attack, you get a 2/2 flyer and a 3/3 flyer. If you pay 6, you get 3 2/2 bodies, 2 of which are going to be attacking as 3/3 flyers. I mean, the scalability of this is too good. It's not splashable as much again as the 2 others, but I think this card is dumb. I think it's on the level with the Sally Pride. It definitely can change the course of a game because there's being able to gum up the ground against sneak stuff is pretty crazy, and to also then have a flyer and be able to attack in with all of them is really, really crazy. So yeah, I think this is an A tier card. Okay, so we've got S tier here. We've got A's here. I'm gonna downgrade Leonardo to an A-, I think, and then I'm still gonna put these 3 on B+, I think. I think there's clear tiers now for those. Turncoat Kunoichi. 3 mana, 3/2, sneak for 2 and an Orzhov. When this creature enters, choose target creature and opponent controls. Exile that creature until this creature leaves the battlefield. If this creature's sneak cost was paid, exile the chosen creature completely instead. Okay. All right. Yeah, that'll work. Still good no matter what. Definitely an A tier card. A minus, A minus. So I'm gonna put the Kunoichi on the same tier as the Leonardo Sewer Samurai. I think that's very, very good. Okay, so here, these two, right? So I didn't read the comics much, but these two are what I know about turtles. This is the live action from when I was there, and then this is the cartoon. Those are my babies because I'm freaking old. I don't know anything about this one. And the comics I only like read like 1 or 2 times, like of like a few issues, and that was it. Oh, flavor text, yeah. Sorry, 7 deaths without any keywords. Yes, God, yes. And you have seen the lands, right? If you actually really want to write out all of the lands. So so the full text lands, right? No, I'm very old. I'm 42. I'm the answer to the universe and everything. So this card's name is Plains. Basic is its super type. Land is its card type. And Plains is its subtype. A deck may contain any number of basic land cards with the same name. So it's just the whole rules text for the Plains. It's so cool. But yeah. Anyway, okay, so yeah, so this is a very good card. Again, if you can do the sneak, it's even better, but it's already a good rare. Just on its own. You can't choose your own creature, notably. That's very important. We did see a creature that can target your own stuff, and that was actually really nice. Koya, Death from Above. Again, this flickers. So yeah. Until end of turn. Reminds you of the poster that lists all the chemical compounds in a band. Yeah. Everything is chemicals, people. Come on. Chemistry is life. So is biology. Yeah. Yeah, very funny names doesn't mean they're not natural. So funny. Anyway, turtles forever. I'm not sure. How is this going to be played, chat? How is this going to be played on Arena? Help. I gotta, hold on. I have the, we have the magic, TMNT release notes. I would assume it's just checking your sideboard, of course. That was how it was for Wishes, definitely. Okay. So the opponent chooses 2 of them. The chosen cards go into your hand, and then you shuffle the rest into your library. Why is Donnie so tiny? That's what I want to know. All right. Let me think. There are so many legendary creatures in this set that I feel like this is drawing 2 cards. Well, because Ninja Turtles was such a freaking white franchise. I'm glad they changed it. It was boring. I think this is still good, especially at instant speed. You can go find, you know, it's just drawing 2 cards is basically what it is, because there's so many legendaries. So, I mean, yes, you might not get the 2 best, but again, there is some recursion, and there're just so many legendary creatures. Even, of course, at common. So we've got, like, April. So amongst the white, let's just count, right? We've got April 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's just among the commons and uncommons in white, right? So assuming that, like, you're still gonna get 2 cards off of it, so it's pay for select 2 of your let's say you only have 4, 2 of your worst legendaries left, or could be also outside the game, and that's just really nice because if you have like 3 April O'Neils, you're not going to want to run all 3 in the deck naturally, but you could pull one from outside the deck, and once you've lost, the original one. So that seems also okay. So I think this is a perfectly fine card to run. I'm gonna give it a B+. But it could go up to A- depending on exactly how many bombs you have as legendaries, and there's so many, right? Because even here we have rare and mythics like 1, 2, 3 already, right? In the white 4, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. So like that's just kind of crazy. But yeah. So yeah, I think this is still a fine card. I'm not as excited about it as certain of the others. All right, April O'Neil, Hacktivist, 4 mana, 1/5. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you've cast this turn. Huh. So let's say you cast a creature, so you get to draw a card at the end of your turn. Or let's say you cast a creature in a spell, that's 2 cards. I would be a little bit afraid of milling myself out. But I think it's pretty strong anyway, and it's got a good butt to block. I'm gonna give it an A-. I think it's a good card for generating card advantage. It's not super exciting, and it could end up being a B+, but I like that card advantage here, and I think it's very important for the blue-red deck, for example. Yeah. All right. Because remember that she triggers herself. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type of spells you cast a turn. So on turn 4, if you cast her, you draw a card. So it's 4 mana, 1/5, draw a card immediately. So that's not so bad. Draw a card at the end of that turn. Does machines, Donatello does machines. Speaking of the song, why do they have the new Donatello on this? Does Machines is from this version. This version here. This is the Raph from the cartoon. So we want the Donnie from that cartoon. This one has the stupid goggles on it and some weird ass, like, looks like it's wearing a frickin' wife beater. That's not my Donnie who does machines. Arg. Arg. Ah, well. Anyway, so when this class enters, mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. No, it's part of the song. Yeah. Donatello does machines is part of the song. And again, once I sing for you, we can put that up as a redemption. But yeah. This is part of the song that I had my mother sing to me, and my father sing to me as a bedtime song. When I was tiny. Because I was that kid. Here, hold on. I'll show you. God, these photos look so old. Okay, here we go. Well, that's because I am old. Here we go. Look, this baby me with a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles shirt on. There you go. So yes. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's what I loved as a kid. I also liked Briar Horses and Legos. Still have a lot of the Legos and some of the Briar Horses. I don't have my action figure Ninja Turtles because I think I gave them away. Fool. I used to have the ones that the shells opened up and you could put the weapons in the shells. It was so awesome. I even had the turtle van. I miss those. Anyway, sorry, back to this. We'll do the song at some point. So 2 mana, when it enters, mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Okay, that's interesting. 2 mana, when this class becomes level 2, return up to 2 target artifact cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's fun. 5 mana, at the beginning of combat, put 3... on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot creature in addition to other type. This is fantastic in Simic, which produces a lot, or even in Izzet, but I think even better in Simic because even the green produces the mutagen tokens, and those can be turned into the 3/3s here. This card seems very, very good. Power Rangers, yeah. I actually only watched a few episodes of those. So the story, when I was when I was little, when I was 3, we moved from Somerville to Lexington, Massachusetts, and we were in a house that the cable company didn't realize that the people who had left were no longer paying for cable. So I had free cable for the first like 4 or 5 years that I lived at that house. So I got to watch Banana Man and Danger Mouse and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon on you know the TV. And that was mainly what I was allowed to watch. But then the cable company realized that it was providing free service, and it shut it off. And since we lived on a hill in that house, we couldn't actually get the normal broadcast channels. So I couldn't watch anymore. But like my main thing was like Nickelodeon and like the and the turtles and the things and the stuffs. So it was pretty sweet. But again, after that, I sort of lost, I didn't really watch much TV. I was mostly movies. No, we were in the shadow of a hill. Like we were on a hill, but we were like like just a little bit in the middle. So it was preventing us from getting stuffs. We were surrounded by hills basically, but we weren't in a valley as such. We were just still on the hill. You could get your internet TV by cable, so just activate. Oh, nice! Dorgatus Reed, nice. High ground is OP. Yes, Obi-Wan says yes. I have the high ground. This card seems very powerful. I'm going to give it probably an A- for now. I do believe in the right deck it's an A, but it has to have some build around with the artifacts, etc. There's a lot of artifacts, but like it has to have a little bit of build around for that, and it takes a little bit of time to get going. So, it can, like, it's very good. It's really good. So basically, you play it turn 2, you mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, discard a couple artifacts that you might be playing later, start to play out your cards, eventually level up to level 2 to return 2 of the artifacts that you've either traded off or that you milled or discarded. And then eventually just like start pooping out like crazy stuff that's really big with level 3. So it's very good. I just, on its own, it doesn't just like immediately crush the game in the same way as I think some of the other ones do. So I do think it can be up to an A or A+ in the other things. I'm just going to give it an A- to start out with. And I could be wrong. Donatello, Gadget Master. Well, there's so many Donatellos. Okay. I mean, 2 each apparently in the rare and mythic. Okay. 3 mana, 3/2, sneak 2. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. Jesus Christ. Okay. That can be very gross. Definitely. And they definitely have to block it even if you don't sneak it, right? They're like, shit, can't let you have 2 of that artifact. Yeah, it's a good card. I'm gonna give it an... Oh god, that's a tough one. Again, I'm gonna give it an A- because same thing as like this one, just has to be in a particular deck. See, the thing is about, like, for example, the Agent Bishop and the Sally Pride and this thing don't have to be in any don't have to be in any particular deck. They are just good. There's nothing about, you don't have to build anything around them whatsoever. There's nothing else in your deck cares about, just play creatures and stuffs and you're fine, right? But this, you have to really prioritize the artifacts. Same with this thing. So again, it just requires a little bit more doing, and so I usually give it slightly less because of that. So, okay. Donatello, Mutant Mechanic. 4 mana, 3/5. Put 3 plus... Is that an Utron? Huh. Weird. Okay, anyway. 4 mana, 3/5. Okay, fine. 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it isn't a creature, it becomes blah. Okay, only as a sorcery. Whenever an artifact you control is put in the graveyard from the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on... Oh, so it's Ozolith for artifacts. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware of what I am talking about Ozolith here. So... Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put it on Ozolith. At the beginning of combat, you can move all counters from Ozolith onto target creature. This thing saves the counters that an artifact had on it, and you get to put it on one target artifact or creature you control. So that's pretty sweet in terms of just keeping that going. This is a good card. I think this one is probably... Because, again, you have to prioritize the artifacts, but that shouldn't be too difficult in the set. I'm gonna give it an A. Even though I think it's just slightly worse than either of these, just because, again, you need the artifacts. Because if you don't have an artifact, you can't put the 3 counters. So that's just a little bit... I keep wanting to put these in the A- tier just for that thing, but I think this one's too good for that. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. All right. Kitsune, Dragon's Daughter. 6 mana, 6/6 vigilance. Okay. Okay. Whenever it enters or deals combat damage to a player, you may exchange control of 2 other target creatures controlled by different players. Oh boy. Ooh, that's gonna be a hell of a drug. Oh, I really like that card. That is so much value. That is so much value. So basically, 6/6 for 6 with vigilance is not bad anyway in limited. But you can basically be like, okay, hey, you know, I've got my I've got my Pete. Sorry. And I'll take your Sally Pride. So like there's I just think this is a like it's optional too, by the way. You don't have to, so that's really nice. I really like this card. I think it's gonna really make me super salty a lot of the games. So I think that's so gross. So I really like this card. I'm gonna give it an A. I think this is very good. I do think it's situational, right? Maybe all your creatures are better, so you just get a 6/6 for 6 vigilance. That's fine. But like, damn. If they have anything better than one of your creatures, you can exchange that, and that's just so dumb. So I really want to give it an S, but I think it's probably still an A+, and I should, yeah. I get an A+. A+. That's fine. Okay. A+ is so good. Okay. That card is great. I love that. I'm gonna be so salty so many games when it steals my best thing, and I was just like, I was going to need that. No, this is permanent. Like, can't just like bounce this and get your thing back. That is so dumb. Okay. You can also exchange control of something that you have that's locked down. No. When a creature exchanges control, a creature has to start the turn in play, like on your side, to be able to attack. Unless it has haste. So, you can also take something that was stuck under, like, an uneasy alliance that hadn't been sacrificed yet. Give them that, so it still can't even attack. And then, take one of their creatures. This card is... Ugh. Alright. Anyway. Kitsune's Technique. 6 mana. Target opponent mills half their library rounded up. Sneak 2. So this is Traumatize, but for 1 more mana at instant speed and with Sneak. Statistically, unless you can get multiple of these and get them back to back and play them, and then also be able to sort of stop your opponent from doing whatever they need to do. Traumatize has not been that good in Limited. The fact that this can sneak for 2, though, if you can play it if you get like 4 copies, no. Okay, I'm gonna claim that this is unplayable for now, and I'm probably gonna get gotten by it at some point, but it's just not that good. It's still, like, you still have half your library to work with, right? It just hasn't even affected the board. I don't think, technically, that this is a good card. I'm ready to be wrong, but just based on experiences from the past with Traumatize, etc., you have to get multiples of them for them to be good, and even then, like, so let's say you mill the first 20, and then you can mill 10. They still have 10 cards in the library to do stuff with, but that's assuming you're drawing it, assuming you can get in with a sneak, assuming that you don't have to wait until, like, the 6, and then, yeah, it's just, I'm gonna say for now it's not playable. This is limited, hun. We're talking about limited. Stream title. We are absolutely not talking about constructed. You can go through you have to go through all of this all over again if you want to look at it for constructed. And you can safely avoid most of the commons and uncommons. Get people in turn 2. Who cares? Half your library you still have 20 cards to win with. And they haven't impacted the board. And they've returned whatever creature that was unblocked, right? So, yeah. I don't think it's very good. Krang. Mastermind. Krang! I love Krang. I mean, Krang's a villain, but, I remember Krang. Okay, so this is 8 mana. Affinity for artifacts. Affinity for artifacts always makes things dangerous. So 1/4. When it enters, if you have fewer than 4 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. That's crazy. Gets +1/+0 for each other artifact you control. I think... I mean, so you get, let's say you get like a 6/4 or something like that, and you play it for 2 when your hand is empty, like, then you get to draw 4 cards. That's sick. I do think it's a great top end for any of the artifact decks, either Izzet or Simic. Just really nice. But even if you get to draw 1 or 2, right, and you have to pay 4 for it, that's not bad. I'm gonna give it an A- just again because it has to be in a certain deck, but I think it's still good. Mondo Gecko. 3 mana 2/3, pay 1, discard a card. Until end of turn, it becomes the color of your choice and gains hexproof from that color. Okay, so you can protect it, and so you pay 1, discard a card to turn it into, black if it was targeted by a black removal spell. Okay. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. Okay. So if you were able to deal combat damage with it to an opponent, right? You get to draw a, card because it's blue. Or you can, if you have another creature in play, you can, another blue creature, for example, you can pay 1, discard a card that you didn't want, turn it white, for example, and draw 2 cards because it's going to be white and you have another creature that's blue. I think this is... Remember, it's not protection from, so it can't be, it can still be blocked. It doesn't get any bigger. This is not Psychic Frog. Holy crap. This is absolutely not Psychic Frog. No. There's no comparison at all between this and Psychic Frog. This is like an Ophidian that might draw more cards. Like, we talked about, so Ophidian is like the original of a card that sort of does this, where it draws a card when it hits an opponent. So attacks and isn't blocked, so you can draw a card, it'll sign no combat damage. We eventually got up to the Otter, Thieving Otter here, and other things in Blue Burrow, where like, this was in Ikoria too. When it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. There's been lots of versions of that over time, and so on and so forth. But this is basically that on a 2/3 body, that can also potentially draw more cards and maybe protect itself from some spells, but you have to discard a card to protect it. So, I think this card is fine. I think it will help you spiral if you're able to get it in, but I think it's difficult to do so. So I give this a B+. Instead of an A-, because I think it's a fine card. I just don't think it's great. I think you do have to build around it a bit. You have to make, if you can give it evasion, that's great. If you can pump it up a lot, that's great. And the Simic deck does that very well. But I think you do need to work at it. And a 3 mana 2/3 is just not that good right now, in this set. So, next, Rennet, Temporal Apprentice, 5 mana 4/3, flash, When it enters, return each other non-land permanent that entered this turn to its owner's hand. Jesus. Okay. Okay, so this is the card that you're going to want in response when they play this card. So they play their Triceraton Commander for 1 million. And then you're like, cool, you did that. I'm going to return all of them to your hand. So you can replay that next turn, but I'm going to kill you first. I mean, they'll get the ETB on whatever they play that turn, but at least it bounces that. I think this is more of a commander card. Obviously, against like token decks, it's kind of crazy. But yeah. I mean, I think the tempo swing on this is still good. So yeah. Still a 4/3 flash as well, so it can eat something that's attacking and then bounce also another thing that came into play. So again, think that the tempo is huge on that. So I still think it's very good. I still like this card. Gonna give it an A-/A. I'm not sure exactly which, but I'll leave it for like that for now. Turtles in Time, 7 mana, return all creatures to their owner's hands. Each player may shuffle their hand and graveyard into their library, then each player who does draws 7 cards. I would like to note the T-Rex in the background is really adorable. This one, little baby T-Rex there. So at 7 mana, this is a nice way to reset the board, sure. But they will get to play first. And I don't really like that. Unless all of their creatures were tokens, that could be seriously problematic. I don't like this. I don't think I like this card. I think this is a constructed piece. I don't think this is a limited piece at all. I'm not gonna play that card. Armageddon. No. Armagon. With 2 G's. Armagon. Future Shark. 8 mana 9/6 flash. When it enters, destroy up to 3 target creatures. Moral of the story. Do not let your black mana playing opponent get to 8 mana. It's 8 mana, right? Not 9. And 9/6. Do not let them get to 8 mana. I do think that depending on how fast this format is, if we can make it to, if we're regularly making it to 8 mana, this is a bomb and you should slam this. If we're not regularly making it to 8 mana, if like if it's normally the games stop around like, you know, 6 or 7, then probably not. There are some rampers in green. This would be like one of the only reasons that I would consider running New Generations technique. And then there's also Mona Lisa here as a little bit of ramp. But not much other than that. I mean, this is a little bit of ramp here. But yeah, I mean, I would be tempted to try this out at least in the beginning of the format once we figure out whether it's fast or slow. If it's slow, this is going to be an absolute crazy thing. And if you can build around it with a little bit of ramp. You do want to pair it, I think, best with green, just because you absolutely want that ramp. But there you are. So I won't rank this until we see how fast the format is. I think so. Again, slow format, slam it. It's an S tier bomb. As long as you can get the ramp. Fast format, avoid it. Well, hold on one second. There was one piece of recursion. Hold on. I have to remember this. So this was the one thing where if you could discard the shark, if you discard the future shark and then get this to trigger for the sneak cost, you could return the shark to the battlefield. So that's one thing to remember. So far. I don't remember anything else like reanimates. I do remember like you can get back from the graveyard a card with this. The raptor. But I don't remember any true other reanimate in the commons and uncommons. So let's check the rest of this. But yeah, this will depend on the speed of the format will determine whether this is good or not just on its own. And then build around with reanimate isn't a definite thing that you could do. But you kind of need the uncommon that we were talking about. You kind of need this this Karai. Okay. Madam Null, Power Broker, 3 mana, 1/3 Death Touch. Okay. Whenever another creature enters, you may pay life equal to its power. If you do, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. That's a very thematic. I like the way that one was designed. That one is very well designed. I like it. I think it's good. 3 mana for a 1/3 Death Touch is not great, but the ability to choose paying life equal to its power, especially if you have a dinky white-black deck with a lot of tokens, you can usually pay like the life equal to the 2 and then make it a 4/4, which is just crazy. So I really like this card. It just pays you for playing creatures, and again, you may, so it's not like you have to kill yourself or anything like that. Especially in a deck with a little bit of life gain too. It's quite powerful. I think this card is very, very good. I do think it's vulnerable, obviously, but like, I mean, they have to have the removal before you get the next creature on the board and get value out of it. So, I'm gonna give this an A. I think it could be an A+ though. I think it's really good, and I think you can splash it. So I think it might be I'm gonna call it an A+. I'm gonna call it an A+. All right. Ninja Teen, 3 mana. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay, so another thing that drains for stuffs, but it's only creatures you control, so it is not a Blood Artist, it is a Zulaport Cutthroat. So this one, whenever it or another creature you control dies, obviously the gain life isn't on here, the lose life is on here. But this is that. It's only creature you control, remember. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have menace on level 2. Oh. Okay. Level 3 is creatures in your graveyard have sneak 4. You can cast creature spells from their graveyard using their sneak abilities. That is crazy, because if you can get in, you could get this Armagon rather. I keep reading Armageddon and my brain just fills in because that's the only word that it knows that like does the 2Gs like that and starts with Arma. So yeah, Armagon. So that's another way to potentially get the Armagon cheaper, is this card. But you have to make sure that you can get in with Sneak and get this in there. But interesting. So normally this first ability is actually not that good. You really want the full drain from things like nope, not Rampart. From this, you want like loses 1 life and gain 1 life. The shift is really important. The swing of the life there, because normally this isn't as good, but I think because it's stapled to like the level 3, that's pretty nice. And the +1/+1 menace is for 2 is not so bad. So it's 5 mana for both of these effects. It's not too bad. The menace makes it so much more likely that you'll also be able to sneak later. So I really do like this card. It is do nothing on 3. So again, if the format's very fast, that's going to be very difficult to justify on curve. But yeah, I'm going to give it an... I'm going to give it an A for now because the second one does so well at enabling potential sneak. I do think it's at its best in Orzhov, the black-white. Yeah, let's go from there. Okay, Rat King Verminister. 2 mana, 1/1. Okay. Revolt. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control, the stone create a 1/1 black rat creature token and put a +1/+1 counter on this card, the Rat King. Tap, sacrifice 3 rats, return target creature card and all other cards with the same name as that card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Ratslink's best card ever. Fair. So this is more of a constructed card as well. This card is an absolute house in the Ashcoat deck with all the not relentless rats, they're called something else. We have so many. Where are my babies? So relentless rats used to be the best of this, but where'd they go? Maybe they're not called rats. I forget whether they're called rats. Star ones. No, they're not called rats, apparently. Vermin. Nope. Oh, Colony. And they're called Rat Colony. This is the new one that your Ashcoat deck wants 1 million of them. So, so basically Rat Colony, right? You play 1 million of those in your Ashcoat rat deck. You also play this, and then you could sacrifice 3 rat colonies to get back every single other rat colony that was in your deck. In your graveyard, rather. That is crazy. But yeah, this is more of a constructed card, I'm pretty sure. However, it does poop out 1/1 black rat creature tokens pretty well, and then gets bigger. That seems fine. I think this part is less relevant than it would be in constructed, but it's still relevant because you can sacrifice 3 rats to get the Armagon, for example, back. This is scryfall.com. So yeah. We have figured out that it's pretty easy to revolt in this set. Not only does the sneak trigger it, but obviously trading normal things triggers it. The mutagen tokens sacrificing triggers it. So I do think this card is pretty good still. Like, it's definitely like a bomb in constructed in the EDH rat decks, but I think it's very good. Although it does have, I mean, it might just be better to run the... But it's still a rat already. Wait, it's a rat itself. But yeah. So, interesting. Yeah, I think this is really good in my Ashdod code deck, but yeah. All right. So, I'm going to give this an A minus. It's just a good rare. Can do things. We now see 2 rares and an uncommon that can make this come back and more cheaply, but you would have to find a way to discard it, of course. Which we could do with Gecko, hehe. But yeah, okay. Yeah, Scryfall. Yeah. Savanti Romero times Exile, 5 mana 4/4 trample demon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of counters on it. Yes, Revolt always has triggered once. So if a permanent left the thing, you do this, right? That's just if any permanent. Even if 2 permanents left, it's still just one thing. It doesn't trigger for each. It only triggers once total. So, Summer, that is incorrect. It's once, period. So, at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control, you will get this effect. It doesn't matter how many left the battlefield. It only will trigger that one time if something did leave. Yeah. So, okay. Put up some counter on it. Draw X. So, basically, you pay 5 mana for a 5/5 trample and draw a card and lose a life. The next turn, if it's still alive, it becomes a 7/7 trample. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. That feels worth it. I mean, it could definitely deck you over time, especially if they put it... If they put it under this, you might be in trouble. But hopefully you'll have drawn stuff to get out of it before then anyway and not be dead. I think this card is good. I think I'm going to give it an A minus. It might be even A. But yeah, I like this card. Watch them put like 5 counters on it when you have 5 cards left in the deck. Or even 6, because you have to put another one. That would be fun. But yeah, no, I really like this card. I think it's fine. I think it's a A-/A. I think it's just worth, playing. It's decent. But yeah. Shark Shredder. Killer Clone. 4 mana 4/4. Sneak 5. First strike. Shark Octopus Ninja. Sharktopus. Sorry. When it deals combat damage to a player, put up to 1 target creature card. What? Oh, that's dirty. That is so dirty. That is so stupid. All right. So this is a this is double black, so it is a commitment to black. It's not splashable in the same way that we were talking about the S tier bombs up here being splashable. But it is extremely powerful because a 4 mana 4/4 first strike is already very good. And the fact that if it ever gets to deal combat damage to a player, it has first strike So you get that creature card from that graveyard, and it tapped and attacking that player. They don't get to block it. At least it ain't got trample. I mean, if it, God. Why not give it trample and death touch? That's in a few years, that's where Magic's gonna be with power creep. Sneak can be on non-creatures. So you can see a spell here that has sneak. Another difference is that sneak is actually casting, whereas ninjutsu is just putting it into play. So sneak can be countered by just counter spells, right? Ninjutsu had to be countered by an ability counterer. And there are other differences, but actually, if you really want to know all the differences, I'm pretty sure they should cover it in this article. This is the release notes. So, for example, if we go up here to the top with the new mechanic sneak, right? And then it's gonna show you different cards with sneak and give you a little bit of information here, right? Spells can only be cast with sneak cost anytime you can play an instant during the declare blocker step on your turn, right? After your opponent has decided whether to block, right? That's not enough information. Let's see if they talk about the shark here. Hold on. I'm gonna control F it. So what's the shark shredder? So here, right? If Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player during the first strike combat damage step, and its last ability returns a creature with first strike, the returned creature will still deal combat damage during the regular combat step. So that answers a question that nobody asked. Nobody 1111. I like having to say the 1111 there because that answers a question nobody asked. If the returned creature has double strike, it will deal combat damage only once during that regular combat damage step. In the case where Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player during the regular combat damage step, because another effect again gave it double strike, the creature returned with Shark Shredder's last ability won't deal combat damage at all during that combat phase. But one of the other major differences that I'm not sure that... Okay, so we talked about the fact that sneak is counterable. Hold on. Yeah, it's cast, so it's counterable. They don't really talk about that, which is annoying. It's also during the declare blockers step, whereas ninjutsu is any time during combat that the creature remains unblocked, right? So you can let the original creature deal its combat damage, that the creature that was unblocked, and then prior to the end of the combat step, you can prior to moving to the main, right, you can actually, ninjutsu in something post-combat damage, essentially. So, which you can't do that in Sneak. Really think they could have just kept things simple. I know ninjutsu wasn't simple necessarily, but like, I don't think having two versions of it makes it any less complicated. Anyway, so this card seems very dumb to me. I'm gonna go with an A+. It could be S tier. I think I'm gonna go with A+ for now. It's very good. I just think it's slightly outclassed by the leader's talent, Agent Bishop. I think it's on the Sally Pride and Triceraton, definitely A+. Southwind Avatar is a 4-mana 3/4 Death Touch Snake Spirit Avatar. Whenever another creature you control dies, you gain life equal to its toughness. And whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay. That's a very powerful card. That's yet another lifelink synergy that we've now seen for Leonardo Cutting Edge. So that's interesting. Huh. I'm gonna go with A- for this one. It's just it's a very solid, very good card. And it might be an A, but like, it's a powerful effect on a good body, but it's also just, you know, like, it requires other things to sort of take more advantage of. It's, yeah, it's fine. Like, again, A- is fine for this one. It's just, it's not as good. I don't want to put it with the A pluses here because these are just better than it, and I don't want to put it with the S tier, of course, because those are nutty. Yeah. Okay. Splinter's Technique. Demonic Tutor if you sneak it. 4 mana. Essentially Diabolic Tutor. Wait, not Diabolic, right? Am I saying that? Me? Diabolic is double. The one I'm thinking of is double black. Yeah, there it is. Double black, but it does the same thing for 4. One of the things that's really important about Demonic Tutor in Limited is that unless you have a bomb, it's sometimes not worth a card to go down to try to find that bomb. Now, the fact that we have play boosters and so many crazy cards and power creep does mean that Demonic Tutor has gotten better in Limited. Even Diabolic Tutor has gotten better than Limited. So I do think this is still a runnable card. If you don't have anything really that is so amazing to fetch up, then fine. You kind of don't want to be spending 4 mana to do nothing for a turn. If you can sneak it, it's great. It's absolutely nutty. So I'm going to give it an A-/B+. I don't think you need to pick it up over like Shark Shredder or Savanti or Madame Null or, you know, things like that. So, but it is still a perfectly playable card. Super Shredder. 2 mana, 1/1 menace. Whenever another permanent leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Super Shredder. Okay, that can get out of hand real fast. So, it's gonna be worst to play against blue. Because blue has bounce. with the bespoke and the thing. So if you get that card, you're going to be so sad if you play against blue. That said, they still have to, you know, deal with it. And it seems pretty great in a blue or green shell, because that's where the most mutagen tokens are, and those are permanents that leave the battlefield all the time, in addition to just you're trading off and doing all the things. It is splashable, so that's really nice. But again, if you're going to be playing it late, that's less nice, because you're not going to get as much value out of it early, attacking with a giant menace creature over time. So it's not necessarily advisable to splash that much for this card, even though it is splashable. I definitely think this is going to be way stronger in Constructed, because although we do have 2 lands... 2? No, 1. We have 1 land that can sacrifice. We don't have fetches or other things like that. So, so there is that. Oh yeah, there's also the life gain synergies from these things. For that Donatello. That's good to remember. But yeah, so this is it's going to be good. I don't think I would take it over the Shark Shredder. Honestly, I don't think I would take it over Madame Null. It is really good though. It's another permanent period. It's not only yours. Actually, it's really close to null. I think I'd still take Shark Shredder over it, but it's really close to null. I don't know which one of... Either way, it's really good, slam it. But yeah. No, Moonshadow was only your permanence going to the graveyard. And it was also from the... They could be from anywhere for Moonshadow. Whenever one or more permanent cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere. So this one is whenever another permanent leaves the battlefield. So obviously, you know, discarding permanents doesn't work for this, but it does work for Moonshadow. Milling permanents doesn't work for this, but it does work for Moonshadow. But this one counts your opponent's stuff as well, which is crazy. So yeah. Again, I think it's like Null and this are very close. I still think I would take Shark Shredder over it. Yes, Sneaks does, yes. I mean, leaving the battlefield, Sneaks does that. Yeah, so again, it's still in the A+ tier. I really like it. Cloning of Shredder, a saga, 6 mana. And we're gonna get Lobster Claws. Hoocha, 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 lobster. Exile target creature card from your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary and is a mutant in addition to its other types. Okay, so if we can just freaking discard this, we've got a bunch of ways now to reanimate it. I mean, they are rare and mythic, most of them. There's only one that isn't, but that's pretty cool. Okay. Create a token that's a copy of a card exiled with Saga, except it isn't legendary. Okay, all right, just keep making bigger ones. Of course, if they kill it, if you exile it and create a token that's a copy of it, and then they kill that token, then the second 2 aren't doing anything. Wait, hold on. So copy. No, I'm wrong. This doesn't, no, I just read it again. This is not quite right, so I wasn't right. Exile target creature card from your graveyard. That card is in the exile. You create a token that's a copy of it, but you're not targeting that token. You're targeting the exiled card. I mean, you're not even targeting it, you're just choosing, basically. Exiled with this, so you still have that card exiled. So you're still going to get, provided they don't destroy this enchantment, you're still going to get 2 copies over the next 2 turns of that. Yeah, because you've only targeted the creature card to exile from the beginning, and then it's just choosing the stuff that was exiled. Better have a good creature in the graveyard. Try that one. Nice. But it doesn't even target after the first exiling, so that's key there too. All right. So this, again, is a little bit dependent on what you have in your graveyard. It's still good, but again, if you have like a 3/3 in your graveyard and you're just getting eventually 3/3/3s over 3 turns, it might not be the best. I think in limited you can probably do better than that most of the time. There are just some random times where you're going to be a little sad about what you're having to exile. So at 6 mana, I still think it's great. I'm going to go with a plus on this one. I really like it. But yeah. I do think I take Super Shredder and like Shark Shredder and this over it though. So maybe I should have put it in the A section. All right. Anyway, Broadcast Takeover. 5 mana, gain control of all artifacts your opponents control until end of turn. Untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. This feels entirely too situational. If you play against a deck that isn't an artifact deck, there are some decks that will have artifacts, but often they're not creatures. So if you play against like usually a black deck or a green deck, even the white deck to some degree, most of their creatures are not artifacts. And gaining control of a bunch of mutagen tokens is not going to be, your favorite time. If you play against a red-blue deck or yeah, then you're so happy. But like, I think this is unplayable for the most part. I think it's just too situational against like certain opponents. You can take it as a sideboard card if you're doing best of 3. I just don't even know if we're allowed to do best of 3 with this set. All right, Casey Jones, Vigilante. 3 mana 4/3. When it enters, draw 3 cards. At the beginning of your next upkeep, discard 3 cards at random. Okay, that's great. So basically, despite the fact that this is a 4/3 for 3, I'm usually going to hold this until I've, in my aggro deck, usually I think this is best in Boros, or potentially, is it? But like in my aggro deck, I'm going to hold on to this until I basically have mostly an empty hand, and then I'll play it out and I'll draw 3 cards. I'll hopefully have maybe like 2 or 3 mana left to spend on that turn, and then the next yeah, if I can spend it really late, that's even better, because beginning of my next upkeep, discard 3 cards at random. So yeah, hopefully I can cast something. Some of those, several of them if possible. I think maybe it might be like, oddly, like you want to kind of play this on 7 or something. It's interesting. Or if you want to fill up your graveyard and like hope that you hit the Armagon, you could try that. But yeah, I think you want to play it late and then maybe just get a couple cards to play, maybe 1, but at least it's 1. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I'm going to give it an A-. It has to, like, you really have to set it up. Might even be a B+. You really have to set it up. But the 3 mana 4/3 isn't bad anyway. And you are drawing 3 cards, and you just have to hope that you're discarding 3 cards that aren't... If you play it early, you just have to be discarding cards that random that are not the best of the cards that you drew or had already in hand. I think you might actually play this early. That's weird. But yeah, I think this card is very interesting. I think it might go up or down. I want to see how it plays in the set, because I think it's really good to have a 3-mana 4/3 on the board, even if you're going to be discarding 3 cards at random, because you aren't technically going down any cards over the course of that. So, and you are drawing 1 more card to choose from. So, and then you have a 4/3 which blocks most things on 3, so that's not bad for like making sure that they can't sneak past you. Raphael is cool but rude. But yeah, I'm gonna I kind of like it. I think the Casey might be an A-. All right. Cool but rude. 2 mana. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so that's a way to discard the Armagon as well. We could possibly do a red-black reanimator here. Somehow. But yeah, you can discard a card if you do draw a card. Whenever you discard a card, this class deals 2 damage to each opponent. That's okay. All right. That combos really nicely with Casey. Raph and Casey, let's go. So, and then when it comes to level 3, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, shuffle, then discard a card at random. I mean, it's a way to get 2 damage in if you need to. I mean, it's just a lot of value whenever you attack, being able to rummage. It helps you to keep from flooding out, or to try to find some lands, or try to find some incidental damage on the next thing. So I think this is good. I really like this card. I'm gonna give it an A. I really like that card. I think it's very good. Improvised Arsenal, 2 mana, golf clubs, and a hockey stick. Equipped creature gets, and a baseball bat. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. You can pay 5 to create a token that's a copy of this equipment. So that's an artifact that you can just automatically get into play as many times as you can pay 5, which goes really well with Donatello. The uncommon that we saw, which gets +1/+1 counter for every artifact entering. And yes, so it has a mutagen thing, I think. The ooze. Other than that, it's sort of a, mini cranial plating. Though not as good. So +1/+0 for each artifact you control, equip 1. This is in red for the same amount of mana, but also red color, and then red here. It doesn't allow you to equip at instant speed, which, again, that's one of the sickest things about cranial plating, but you did need to run black to do that. This is going to be very good in the artifact decks. But also it's just a mana sink. If the games go long, again, the slower the format is, the better this gets, because if the games go long, you can then start copying it if you have nothing else to do, and then just make all your creatures bigger, better, faster, stronger. So I do need to know how fast this set is to be really able to rate this. For now, I'm gonna give it a B+, but it absolutely could hit like A+ in an artifact deck. And if the format is slower, then it could be, absolutely crazy in an artifact deck. Like, it could be like, if you already have an artifact shell, it could be an S tier card. So, Raphael, Ninja Destroyer. What? Oh, Foot Destroyer. You guys must be studying the abridged book of ninja fighting. That's from the original movie. Why are you doing a Raph that's not from the original movie with that quote? Well. All right, 4 mana 4/4 must be blocked if able. Whenever it's dealt damage, add that much red. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Okay, so it can do a good swing. If it is dealt 4 damage to kill it, at least you get 4 mana to do something else. Oh, there was a cricket bat in there? Okay. So I think this is fine. I'm not like super excited about it. It's a 4-mana 4/4 that, you know, obviously has to be blocked. So that is key. And 4/4 is kind of big in this set that we've seen so far, amongst the commons and uncommons, except for a few cards in green. So, and at least you get mana if it's not killed, and can keep netting more mana to play if it's not killed each time. You get mana if it's killed or not for that one turn, but you can keep getting mana if they block with like a 1/5, for example, like the April up here. Right? So at least like even if they're not killing it, at least you're still getting the mana. But it's not that exciting to me, this one, for now. I think it's an A-. I think it's a fine card. I just don't think... I'm not as excited about it as I am about most of the other stuff. It might even be B+. Like, I think I'd take Cool but Rude over it. Anyway, Raph's Technique. Here we go. 6 mana, instant, sneak 3, Wheel of Fortune. I think it's worth it for sneak cost. I think wheels are way better and constructed than they are in, you know, non-cube limited decks. Cube can take advantage of this quite a bit. I think limited does less. I'm not super excited about this one. I'm gonna give it a B. It might be playable in certain things. Like, again, you can fill up your... For the sneak cost, at least, you can fill up your hand, maybe get an ETB on the creature that you snuck. Sneak, snuck, snoked, snurker. But yeah. And maybe because of the sneak cost, you cast it later and you can play something else on that same turn. But so many things have to sort of go right for this to be great. I mean, maybe we can mill them out. Maybe you can use this in the traumatize effect, right? Kitsune's Technique. And then this to try to mill them out. I don't know. I'm not going to be really playing this card, most likely. It is a nice way to refill your hand once you're out of gas, but like, again, unless you have like 1 million mana saved up from this to cast those cards, they're gonna probably be getting better value out of that sooner than you are. But yeah, Raphael the Night Watcher, 4 mana, 2/3 sneak for 3 with double red. Attacking creatures you control have double strike. Okay, that is a nice way to finish off a game, definitely. But it's also just good if you just play it. If you've gone a little wide and you have attacking creatures you control have double strike, you just play it for 4. There was a 4 mana one from it was Strixhaven, I think. So it was white, red, and then 2. Oh wait, I don't want to do the hybrid. I don't want to do the hybrid. I don't want to do the hybrid. Let's go Strix. Rare search. Yeah, Blade Historian. Attacking creatures you control have double strike. 2/3. It was just good in limited. It was just sick. So the fact that you can then also sneak this in potentially can just win you the game as well, right? Just playing it can win you the game, but like sneaking it in can absolutely crush. So I really like this card. I think this is an A+ card. I think this is a very, very good card. Ravenous Robots. The Mousers! 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create another one of these. That is sick. Creature tokens you control gain haste until end of turn with a red. Okay. Yeah, I like this card. It's an excellent build around, absolutely, for the artifact deck. And it's also just good because there are some... I think I'm going to go with A- for this one, just because, again, it's very powerful, but you, again, artifact deck, So it's not just like randomly, you know, unbelievable. So you do have to build a deck around it. All right. Slash Reptile Rampager. 5 mana 7/5. Whenever another creature you control enters, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Whenever it attacks, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. All right, that's really good. I'm gonna give that an A. That's pretty dumb. That's pretty stupid. It might even be A+. God, and 5 is hard to take care of, except if you're in black or the common red that does 6 damage. It's gotta happen right then. I think I'm gonna go A+ on this. I think it's just hard enough to deal with that I think it's an A+. All right. Ground Chuck and Dirtbag. 6 mana 8/8. God. 6 mana 8/8 trample. Whenever you tap a land for mana, add green. So a 6 mana 8/8 trample does block everything that we've seen in the commons, uncommons, and the rares and mythics so far that we've seen. Except for the flyer. It doesn't have reach. That said, at 6 mana in this set, you are kind of worried that they've gone wide. So wide that like an 8/8 trample isn't really what you want to be playing. You want to be double spelling so you can block 2 things, make sure they can't sneak. So I'm not actually sure, despite the fact that it's 6 mana 8/8 trample and then it will ramp you for everything else afterwards, because assume you play this on 6, then next turn all of your mana adds green as well as its own mana. I'm just a little worried about the nature of the format. I'm gonna give it an A- for that reason. I think it is a good rare, but I don't think it's as crazy as a lot of the other rares. Like, I will take Slash over it, I will take Wrath over it, right? Cool but rude. Like, there's just, yeah. So it is good. It is a good card. It's good value, but I'm a little worried about the nature of the set. I actually kind of like, so this 8/8 trample, you know, 6 mana, I kind of like in the green we saw one of my favorite commons that I've seen here is this like Primordial Pachyderm has reach, trample, and gains 2 life for 4 mana, 3 so 4 mana for a 4/4, which blocks most things. Obviously not the lovely Shark Shredder, but like, yeah, I mean, again, this will block everything, but the question is, are you still alive? Have they gone too wide for you? So again, I'm gonna give it an A-. It's still a good rare. It's just, you know, I'm a little worried about the nature of this format for it. Now so Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 4 mana 5/4 trample, enters with a hexproof counter on her. Whenever Leatherhead deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a counter from her. When you do, destroy target artifact or enchantment that player controls. That is crazy, because you can put so many counters on her with the mutagen tokens. Dang. And of course, if you get the white, you can put counters on her with the Bishop and Leader's talent. Jesus. And of course, you know, this stupid card, Sally Pride. And destroy artifacts and that. But like, Yeah, good card. I like this. There are enough artifacts and enchantments in this set, including the classes and the sagas that we've seen, and obviously this turtle power that we're seeing down here. But also there's tons of artifacts, so this card seems really good in this format. And the trample means that it probably will at least get to destroy something. So I really like this card. I think this is an A. I definitely think this is an A. I don't think it's an A+, but I think it's an A. It's a good card in this set because there's so many artifacts and enchantments that we want to get rid of. Michelangelo, Improviser, 4 mana, 4/4, sneak 4 with 2 green. Whenever Michelangelo deals combat damage to a player, you may put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay. So one of the things that I really don't like about ninjutsu and web and now sneak formats is that the presence of rares that do something as powerful as this with sneak encourages such bad blocking behavior. Because, yeah, they might be sneaking in something that, like, maybe, you know, draws them a card, or they might be doing this bullshit. like, it's so painful. And there's more of these going around thanks to play boosters, so it's even worse than it was with, like, Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Anyway. This card is good. So you can put a creature card and or land card from their hand onto the battlefield. Obviously, you can sneak this early. That's great because you're more likely to have something really big that, you know, you can sneak in for less than its normal power or toughness or whatever. But, like, it's still a 4/4/4 that gets you that added value. I, of course, nope, not Shinobi. God, what was it even called? All right. Anyway, advanced, green. We've got rare, Kamigawa, Neo, search, Springleaf. So this one was actually perhaps more powerful. You can at least put the card you snicked back into play. That's correct. Absolutely. You can at least do something like that to get value. Wait, what is happening with his, like, torso? Oh, it's this weird... Okay. Sorry, that's just... I used to draw from the movie, so I know what the, you know, front of a turtle looks like. This is... Okay, this is... They made it more sort of like a... More like a real turtle in some ways and less like in others. Okay, I got it. But yeah, so this one's interesting. Card in or land card from your grand. This is interesting. I'm gonna give it an A. I think it's good. Yeah, perhaps A minus. It does depend on your hand a little bit. Still good. Just a 4/4/4 is fine ROI. And again, they just have to worry about it dealing damage. Might be an A minus. Just good, like good value, but just not crazy. Maybe an A. Michelangelo's technique, 5 mana, sneak 4. Look at the top 8 cards of your library. Put up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You can seek it 4/4. Huh. Total mana value 6 or less. So the best you're going to do is like a 4/4 and a 2/2 or 2 3/3s. It is less likely that you'll do a 5 and a 1. Because there just aren't that many 1-drops that are amazing in this. And that you're running in a limited deck. So it's collected company if you sneak it. Sort of. I haven't seen anything with asterisk power toughness, but I haven't looked. I haven't been looking. This does look at the top 8. And it is, yeah, 6 or less total, so you can do different, so you can do different iterations. So like if you find a 5 power and a 1 power, at least you can get that, or at least you can get a 5 power if you couldn't find 2, 3 or less things in it. So for limited, I think this is better. Sometimes if you can pay the sneak cost to some degree. I'm gonna give this a B plus. I think it's playable. I think that it has better and worse, occurrences with it. So, yeah. I mean, it's got a high ceiling, low floor. And I think it's best if you sneak it. And so, yeah. For now, I'm gonna go a B plus compared to the other stuff that we've seen. Michelangelo, weirdness to 11. 2 mana and 1/1. When it enters, create a mutagen token. Okay, so it can be a 2/2 on the next turn, potentially. If one or more plus one counters be put... Oh, God. Okay, so it's a hardened scales on a stick. If one or more plus one counters would be put on a creature you control, that many +1 are put instead. This one, same thing. But it also gives you a way to put a +1 counter. So if you use that immediately on this the next turn, it becomes a 3/3. So it's a 3 mana 3/3. But if you have any other mutagens in your, deck, which green has a ton of, and blue has quite a few, then you're going to be very happy about this. Yeah, I mean, you do want to build around it a little bit, but there's a lot of +1/+1 counters, and it also, of course, these cards are so stupid with like everything in the set. The Leader's Talent and Agent Bishop are also going to be amazing with the Michelangelo. So I'm going to give this an A-. Just because, well, no, I'm going to give it an A. It's just good in any green deck, so I'm going to still give it an A. You don't have to build around it. There's enough things with counters for that to be okay in the green, period. I think it's going to be best if you're not in those, if you don't have those 2 white rares or you can't splash them because you didn't get them, then it's going to be best in Simic colors, this Michelangelo. Mutagen Man, Living Ooze, X and 2 green, trample 2/3. Activated abilities of artifact tokens you control cost 1 less to activate. Okay, all your mutagens will cost 1 less. And when it enters, create X mutagen tokens. Holy crap. Well, that's really good with the Michelangelo. And then you can start pumping it and it'll be trample. Wow. And you can immediately sacrifice all those tokens to make it huge because they all cost 1 less to activate. It doesn't say that can't reduce it to less than 0, so that's cool. To 0 or less, rather. Okay. Free mutagens, yeah. I like this. Free activation of mutagens, anyway. So, the scales, it can get huge really fast. I really like this card. I think this is an A. And any green deck wants it, because again, you can pay X, it scales. Anything that scales in limited is usually quite good. And the fact that this is in green with a ton of other mutagens is just really sweet. So yeah, I like this card. Party dude! Michelangelo is a party dude! When this class enters, each player creates a... What? Each player? Okay. Whenever an artifact an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. But what if they can just sacrifice the food token the next turn and then you don't get any value? Less good. Okay. Whenever one or more of your opponents are attacked, up to one target attacking creature gets +X until with X's number of cards in your hand. I mean, this is very good if you're playing against an opponent's Simic deck, or if you're playing against an opponent's Is It Artifact deck. Because again, the blue and the red have all the mutagen tokens. If they're sacrificing those, you get to draw a card. It is not a May, so this can mill you out. You have to be careful. I think for the reason that... I think this is such a great EDH card. I think this is fantastic. But I think that for the reason that you can really mill yourself out here, and the fact that, you know... Yeah, I don't even know. I don't think this is that good in Limited. I think I'm worried about it. It really, really worries me. Because basically... Not only are you giving them 3 life here, right? And potentially not drawing a card for that, but if they really have a dedicated artifact deck, whenever they trade with an artifact, you're drawing a card, and you'd like to think that that will accelerate you fast enough, but Limited is so few cards to some degree, and like as long as you have a ton of trample, right, this might finish the game much faster than they can finish you off, but like... If they can just mill you out by sacrificing so many artifacts, that's really scary. Now, maybe I'm just like thinking that it will be... Maybe I'm too scared of that. But there are other mill cards in the set. So like we've seen Traumatized, we've seen the Wheel. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think for now, I'm going to suggest that this is probably a B or B minus. I think you could run it, but I think it's scary. Oh yeah, Wheel is optional, right. That's true. But like, for example, you might be drawing 1 million off of the Savanti as well. Like, who knows? But yeah, that's the worry on that one. Maybe I'm just too scared and I should be running it anyway, but yeah, we'll see. For now, I'm not really... I mean, this part is very tempting. Because if you have like 2 or 3 cards in hand, that's still a really nice ability. I think I've seen other rares that I really like better. So I think at the maximum, this is still probably going to be like a B+, but for now, I'm going to rate it lower. Okay, Transdimensional Bovine. 3 mana, 0/4 flying, add 2 mana of any one color. Ooh, that's another really nice ramper for this lovely Armagon. Nice. So it also is flying, and it 0/4 blocks most of the flyers that we've seen in the commons and uncommons. So that is really nice. I like this as like a way to stop, you know, opponents' aggression a little bit, to like make sure that they're not sneaking past you and that you're accelerating into your more important things. Cows in space, exactly. And the presence of the Bovine, like if you already have that and a bunch of other rampers, might make this card a little bit better, but I like this card. I think it's good. I do think you definitely want it to slow things down and speed things up on your end. Yeah. So I'm gonna give it an A-. I mean, I think there's a lot of other rares that you take over it when you're seeing the first pack, but I do think it's a good card. Turtle Power, 3 mana flash. Turtles you control get +2/+2. Okay, you're only going to take this if you already have a dedicated turtle deck. There are a lot of turtles in the set, but I really still think that, I mean, if you want to build around it, sure, fine. I'm going to give it an A-. I think it, you know, you just have to have it at a certain time. with a bunch of turtles. There are a lot of turtles, but there's also a lot of oozes, mutants, insects, flyers, spirits rather, and just ninjas that are not turtles. So it's quite powerful. And Turtle Power, the song, I know most of the words to that. But yeah. I don't think it, like, first picking is a little bit rough. It will definitely ruin a lot of combats with Flash, definitely. I mean, it's very similar to the, like, werewolf version. That was pretty fun. They only gave +1/+1, I think, but yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, like I said, you can build around, you can choose to take it highly and build around it, or, but, like, again, it's compared to a lot of other rares, I will take the other rares over it. So I'm gonna give it like an A-/B+ there. Dawn and Leo problem solvers. So 5 mana 4/6 vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target artifact you control and up to 1 target creature you control. Then return them to the battlefield under their owner's control. So at the beginning of your end step, you get to flicker an artifact and another creature. So you get their ETB again. Which is nice. It's also 5 mana for a 4/6 vigilance, which does block a lot of the things in the set. I think it's a fine card. It depends on, like, you have to build around a little bit with, like, ETB effects. So I do think it's a little worse for that reason, but there's a lot of ETBs in this set, period, so it is a good card. I'm gonna give it an A-. And move to Krang and Shredder. Krang and Shredder! Okay, 6 mana, 6/7. When it enters or attacks, each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. Exactly, Bitmancer. I actually have it on a mix that I'll play when I'm driving places. One of the many mixes, obviously, the playlist. They're the half shells the heroes for. In this day and age, who could ask for more? The crime rate is high, the mugging's mysterious. Both police and detectives are furious, because they can't find the source of this lethally evil force. Call April and... yeah, anyway, sorry. Now it's in my head. Okay. So exiles until they exile a non-land card. So they're guaranteed to hit a non-land card. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield on your controller's turn, you may cast a card without paying its mana cost. Okay. It has to be under your control, but it's still very good. I like this card. I'm gonna give it an A-. Roughly on par with this. So again, the turn that this happens, what you want to do is attack first, trade off something, and then play it, and then you'll get to cast the card that you exiled with this. I think I like it better than this still. So I'm gonna give this an... I'm gonna give this an A. Actually, it's still 6 mana. It's not hard to get it to go off the first turn, though, but, like, what you hit is conditional. Yeah, it's somewhere between an A and A-. Okay. Taka and Razar! Yeah, terrible twos! Yay! Secret of the Ooze, nice! 2 mana 3/2 can't be countered, Menace. Whenever a player casts a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast it was less than its mana value, this thing deals 3 damage to that player. They're babies! Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is a hate bear for non-limited. But it's also a hate for sneak. So, because again, most sneak is less than its normal mana value. There is some that's more or equal. Like here, this one has equal sneak. But it's still a 2/2, the 3/2 menace for 2, so it's just good. And then on occasion you'll get to hit somebody for 3 when they sneak something that's for less than its actual value, like this thing, for example. So Sneakquel, yes. Okay, so I'm still fine with it. I'm gonna give it a B+. It's just a decent creature. All right. Raph and Mikey. Remember, B+ is still a really good card. Remember, like the best uncommons and commons are B+s usually. Very few of them make it to A-. And very few to B+ as well, of course. Raph and Mikey, Troublemakers. 7 mana, 7/7 trample haste. Okay, the haste part, that makes that interesting. When it attacks, reveal cards on the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card on the battlefield tapped and attacking the rest of the bottom of your library with random order. Yeah, this card's good. Again, it gets better and better the slower the format is. But because it has trample and haste, and because it puts another creature tapped and attacking, I am obviously that's a, you know, the second creature is a little cray-cray because you don't know whether it's going to be big or small. That's fine. And so maybe you're attacking into something that just gets eaten, but the 7/7 trample haste should be doing some crazy stuff for you anyway. So I think that, again, this is an A-. It goes up if the format is slow. If the format is slow, it goes up. Mikey and Leo, Chaos and Order. So do we have one of these for each of the color pairs? Or is it just 5 color pairs? I wonder. Anyway, Mikey and Leo, Chaos and Order. So whenever you put a counter on creature you control, draw a card. This is true. Okay. In a green deck, that's great. Obviously for the white deck, you have the 2 broken cards here to put +1/+1 counters on there. Leonardo can put +1/+1 counters on itself if it hits and survives, or if you gain life. But the green has the mutagen tokens, and that's the key thing for this. Drawing a card is very, very, very good. So I'm going to give this an A, just because it doesn't take much to make that card good and to draw multiple cards off of the original playing of this, I think. Dark Leo and Shredder. What? Okay. Leo's gone to the dark side? Do they have cookies? Ah. Alright. So Orzhov colors 1/3, sneak 2. Attacking ninjas you control have death touch. Okay. Whenever Dark Leo and Shredder... We should set up a bakery, a cookie bakery, and call it Dark Side. $1 million idea. Except the cookies have to be really good. All right. So attacking ninjas have death touch. Whenever it deals damage to a player, combat damage to a player, create a 1/1 black ninja creature token. Then if you control 5 or more ninjas, that player loses half their life rounded up. Okay. So when it attacks, it has death touch, so that makes it not want to be blocked there anyway. It can also sneak and then give all your other attacking ninjas death touch if there's that. Are the casters required to dress as perky goths? It's a privilege to do so. What are you talking about? They're not obligated to, they're just gonna want to, right? Isn't that how that goes? I take issue with the perky, though. I don't like that word. That word's horrid. Never means anything good. Hi, Claymore! This is a good card. I think it's A-, but it's... we have a lot of ninjas in this set, so attacking have death touch is pretty cray-cray. And it is really good in white-black. Because because white goes very wide. Maybe I'm undervaluing it. Maybe this is an A. I'm not absolutely sure. We'll see. All right, Splinter, Radical Rat. 3 mana, 2/4. If an ability of a ninja creature you control triggers... Okay, so it's Panharmonicon for ninjas. Cool. 2 mana and 1 in blue. Target ninja can't be blocked this turn. Well, that gets your sneak going. Dang. And we can probably splash that. Okay. Yeah, that's just a good card. I'm gonna give it an A-. It's a very good card. The ninjas that have ETBs are pretty good ETBs, and 2/4 blocks early really, really well. So I think A- for now, but I mean this one could also go up to an A in my estimation. Yeah. Dawn and Wrath, Hard Science. 3 mana, 2/4 menace. Whenever it attacks, the next non-creature spell that you cast this turn has affinity for artifacts. Wow, that could get out of control real fast. But I am a fan in this set of anything that's a 2/4 body on 3, because that they block so well, and you really need to be able to block in this format, as we've seen. Now, this makes it really hard to block, so this may be an A, just to be able to play it when you attack with your ninjas, so that they can't, you know, just stymie you with the 2/4s. But it is 2 colors, and it is, yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, I think once you have an ninja deck, this is nuts. Like, once you have a go wide white black deck, you're just gonna like slam this card, and it's gonna be S tier. But I think just on the face of it, first pick, first pack, you know, I think my rating of an A- is correct. Again, you can build around it from that point too, but then that's just, it's more work than some cards where you just slam. But yeah, Menace 2/4, it's still fine. Like, again, A- is here. Good stuffs. Northwind Avatar, 5 mana with is it double blue and red. Okay, 5/5 flyer. When this creature enters, if you cast it, you may put a card you own from exit outside the game into your hand. That is less exciting in these. I mean, it's still exciting because you could put, for example, a third copy of a legendary creature into your hand, because, and then grab it if it was what was necessary. But usually you're playing your best cards. It's still a 5/5 flyer, which is very good in this set, as far as blocking almost all the other flyers in the set. Obviously green has just some bigger creatures that can roll over it, but like, that's just a big flyer. So I'm gonna give it an A-. You could also, you know, use it to get a, I mean, still, you could get a situational removal thing. Like, I mean, I think this is fantastic in best of 3, because again, you'll have a bunch of sideboarded potential cards. So for example, you could go find, you know, something that you weren't running because you weren't sure whether they had X, Y, or Z. So for example, if you weren't running Make Your Move because you didn't know whether you wanted to destroy an artifact or enchantment, and they didn't have any creatures with power 4 or greater, or maybe 1 or 2, and you weren't sure you're going to see them, you could grab that from outside the game. Yeah, you could get you could get a high costed card that, you know, you weren't playing. So I think it's good. It's a 5 mana 5/5 flyer. That's still good. It's a little harder to cast because, again, it requires commitment to those colors. I'm going to probably give it an A, just because it's a 5/5 flyer, and that's really difficult to deal with in this set. But yeah. Bebop and Rocksteady. 3 mana 7/5. Whenever it attacks or blocks, sacrifice a permanent unless you discard a card. So we've now seen a couple ways to discard our lovely Armagon. So here's the thing. I actually kind of like this card. Because on 3, it blocks everything and they're not going to be sneaking necessarily. Yes, you have to discard a card, but one assumes that you're going to be eating a creature if you do. So, and again, if you have mutagen tokens to sacrifice, that's great. Or other sorts of, like excess lands or whatever later in the game, it's so on and so forth. I think it's okay. I mean, it's always going to be a risk. But I think it's okay because I think the speed of the format is going to be quite impressive, or at least even if the format isn't so fast itself, I think there are certain archetypes that want to go very fast, and that if you do not have early plays, you will get overrun almost immediately, and it will spiral out of control, and there will be nothing you can do. So I think having a 7/5 on 3 blocks pretty much. I mean, they have to really be careful about, you know, attacking into that necessarily. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. So I'm gonna go with A-. But yeah, decent. Last Ronin, 6 mana Golgari Wrath. Destroy all creatures. Mill 4 cards. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone this turn, put 3+1 on counters against trample, lifelink, and indestructible until a turn. Okay. You just have to make sure that when you play this Wrath, you don't mill yourself out with the 4 cards. So this is a great card. I mean, obviously Wraths are very, very important in Limited when opponent gets off to a really, really fast start. It is 6 mana for a Wrath, but that's kind of what we're often expecting these days. If you can block with it and sacrifice to prevent damage, it's a pretty nice backup option. Yeah, if they don't have trample, right, you can block and then sacrifice itself. And the creature will still have been blocked. But yeah, this one's good. This one's an A. It's a really good card. Raph and Leo, Sibling Rivals. 3 mana, 2/4. Whenever it attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap 1 or 2 target attacking creatures after this phase. There's an additional combat phase. Jesus, that's sick. This one's an A+, I think. I think this card, it does everything that Boros wants to do. Not only that, but even if you weren't on the play, you can block with it really well. And then, yeah, being able to, like, get their sneak in with the white and, like, also just do... Yeah, this is dumb. Okay. All right, Mikey and Dawn Party Planners. That's a lot of very large teeth. And nostrils. I don't like the nostrils. That's the Michael Bay edition. I hate it. Anyway. I won't look too closely at the art for now on. Okay. 4 mana, Simic, 3/3, Ward 2. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. You can play lands and cast Mutant, Ninja, or Turtle spells from the top of your library. If you cast a creature spell this way, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Jesus Christ! That's an A tier card. That might even be A+ as well. Jesus. I think it's A. Again, like Mutant Ninjas, yeah. I think it's A. That's crazy. All right. Chrome Dome. There's our Shredder. Robot Shredder. Okay, 2 mana, 1/3. Other artifact you creatures you control get +1. So you can pay 5, create a token that's a copy of another target artifact you control. That token gains haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. That is a really nice early blocker and a great late game effect. I really like that card. I think that's an A-. That is really nice. Might even be an A. I'm not sure. That could be an A. No, it's an A- because it's an artifact. Okay. Krang. Utrum Warlord. It's Krang! 9 mana, 9/9, flying, trample, indestructible, haste. And other artifact creatures you control also have flying, trample, indestructible, and haste. This is going in one of my artifact decks. Because I'm a schmuck. Okay. I mean, unless this format is like super freaking slow or you have all the ramp in the world, I'm not going to be running this card. I will die to it at some point, but I probably will not be taking this card highly because I think 9 mana might be too much in this format. perfect for me with all the lands I draw. Except I'll be dead first because this is such a spirally format, I think. Because if you can't block something early and they have a sneak card, it's just so over. Or if you can't stop, you know, this card, then they're just attacking with a million things over and over. Like, God forbid you stumble. So yeah, I don't know about this card. Technodrome. Oh, I remember the Technodrome. Krang. Okay, sorry. 2 mana, 3/3 reach trample. It can't attack or block unless its power is 6 or greater. But you can sacrifice another artifact to draw a card. That's nice. And put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, so it needs to do that 3 times in order to be able to attack or block. So it will have Summoning Sickness the turn it comes into play. So even if you play it later, like I don't think you want to play it early because it can't block. I think that's bad to play it early. You need to play something that can block early. So if you play it later, you can't do anything that turn, but the next turn you can start sacrificing artifacts to draw cards and put a +1/+1 counter on it. I think it's a little slow for what I think it's probably a B+ or B. Because I think it's still fun, but I don't think it's something I'm gonna prioritize highly. Ooh, the ooze and baby turtles. Oh, they're cute. All right, 2 mana ooze. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token for each +1/+1 counter on it. So you get to replace all of the +1/+1 mutagen things. Exile target card from a graveyard, create a mutagen token. That's pretty cool if you encounter a reanimator thing. I like this card. I think I'm going to prioritize it as an A-. I think it is a good card to include. And it will do good things for you over time. Because it can make those mutagen tokens and then give those mutagen tokens can give counters. And then you're taking away stuff that they can recur. And then you get the mutagens back whenever you lose the creature with a +1/+1 counter. Okay. Turtle Van. 3 mana. I had this. I had it in a toy form. It was so cool. 3 mana, 4/4. Whenever this vehicle attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that crewed it this turn. Then if that creature's a mutant, ninja, or turtle, double the number of +1/+1 counters on it. Jeez, and crew 1? Christ. Okay. I'm gonna give this an A-. It's a good card. It might even be an A. Just because as long as you played something on turn 2 or 1, you should be able to block with this. A-. A-. It's still good. It's still very good. All right. Weathermaker. 3 mana. Whenever a land you control enters, put a charge counter on this artifact. So you can... It's a 3 mana rock, or you can remove 2 charge counters to add 2 colorless. Or you can remove 3 charge counters to do 3 damage to any target. Interesting. That's pretty good. I think it's a little slow. But if you need the fixing, sure. And I think it gives you value over time. So again, if you need the fixing, I would run it. If you don't need the fixing, I probably wouldn't run it. And if you absolutely need ramp, sure. But you're not... I don't think in this set, again, with all the spiraling, I don't think you're going to want to play this on 3. Unless you really are already sitting behind a good set of blockers. So it'll be a later play, and then you put more counters on it, do the things. All right, Northampton Farm, our last thing. You can add colorless. You can pay 1 and tap it to exile target creature you own. You can pay 2 and tap it and sacrifice it to return a creature card exiled with this land to the battlefield under control, and return each other card exiled with it to the owner's hand. So basically, if they target your creature with a removal spell, you can exile that creature using this land. Then you can pay 2 and sacrifice the land to put it back into play under your control the next turn. Or you can do that multiple exiles in order to get them all back to your hand, and one into play. You choose one to go into play and the rest go into your hand. So it's not awful. I have found things like, where'd it go? Hour of Devastation. So yeah, Endless Sands. Endless Sands was pretty slow. You just didn't really want to run it that much because it was just really slow and limited. And limited hasn't gotten any slower. So, the fact that you can pay 1 in exile, is nice, and it's only 2 in tap, sacrifice to do this, but losing a land is interesting. I'm not gonna prioritize this heavily. I'm going to take it if I've got, like, if my mana's pretty good already, and if I've got, a space for it, right? Like, if my mana's really good and I know I can reliably hit my colors, I'm good, because, again, this is colorless, so you're not going to be able to fix your mana with this. And, like, if I just have a space for a utility land, I will play it. But I'm not going to prioritize this highly. I'm going to take most other things. There's a lot of uncommons and commons that I'll take over it. But again, if it wheels and I you know, again, my mana's good, then I'll try it. Yeah, I think that's what I can say for that one. And that is all of the rares and mythics from this set, except for the special guest stuff. How do I find the special guest stuff for this? Does anybody know how you find special guests in Scryfall? Let's see if we can turtles TMNT. So core sets, masters, draft innovation. Maybe. Do we have special guests for this even at all? Alchemy, Archenemy, Arsenal, Box. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Special guests. Source material. Okay. So we have Path to Exile. Obviously, this is, you know, if you... It's not fun to ramp an opponent in Limited. And they are more likely to have a basic land sometimes than EDH players, but it's still a good removal spell for something that you really have to remove, and it's very efficient. So it's a good card to pick up if you're in white at all. So this is going to be an probably an A. It's just a really efficient removal spell. Again, it's not Swords to Plowshares, but it is good. And actually, in some situations, it's going to be better than Swords to Plowshares. Okay, Teleportation Circle is an excellent card with a set that is heavy on ETBs, which this one is. So, and it also goes artifact or creature. So this is a very good pickup if you're in, you know, those colors. So this one is also an A. Trouble in Pairs says if an opponent would begin an extra turn, that player skips that turn instead. We don't have any extra turns in this set, so that's not relevant. Whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. It's a good way to draw cards, but it is pretty expensive to get online. So again, if the format is really fast, you're not going to want to play this on 4 necessarily, so it's going to be a little bit rough. If you see any of, you know, Teleportation Circle or Trouble in Pairs, by the way, in paper, they are money, so you should take them. Yeah. I don't know how to rate this in Limited right now. 2 or more creatures is often you're going to be able to draw. It is not a May, notably, so you do have to keep that in mind, and it could mill you out. But I think it's a good draw effect in limited. I'm gonna give it an A- here. Could be B+. There's a lot of other cards I would take over it, but it's good stuff. Brainstorm, again, there's not a lot of ways to shuffle your deck that we've seen. So you could get Brainstorm locked, which means that you draw the 3 cards, put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order, and you just didn't find the lands or spells that you needed, and you're just going to draw those cards again, and it's going to be sad. Notably, there is one card. Oops. There is one card, the one land that shuffles, obviously. The escape tunnel, so at least there is that. So you're going to want to prioritize the escape tunnels if you're running the brainstorm. Now, maybe you don't get brainstorm locked, so so that would be cool. What just happened? Okay, wait, what? Ah, here we are. Okay. But yeah, I mean, oftentimes this is just a good way to find new cards to do, but again, you want to be keeping in mind that you could get locked. Cytoplast Manipulator. 4 mana 0/0 Graph 2. Blue and tap. Gain control of target creature with a +1/+1 counter on it for as long as this creature remains on the battlefield. Oh, damn. Okay. There's a lot of +1/+1 creatures in this and counters, so I would take that pretty highly. That's a good card. I'm gonna go for an A on that. That's nice. Here's your Ashcoat reprint. That was really important because it was a very expensive card. It's still a very expensive card, so you probably want to take this, but in paper. But 4 mana 3/4. Whenever it attacks or blocks, other rats you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of rats you control. At the beginning of your end step, you may mill 4 cards. If you do, return up to 2 rat creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Now, I don't actually think this card is very good in limited because we just don't have that many rats. We have some, but we don't have that many. And so this is more of a money card to take in paper if you are in paper. Hey, Kitty Kate, how's you doing? I hope you are well and happy and healthy. I hope your stream was lovely. But yeah, so I do think that that you can take this in paper for money, but I don't think it's actually going to be a high pick at all in draft. I think it's nearly unplayable. So yeah, there are some rats, but like not that many. Plague of Vermin is 7 mana. Starting with you, each player may pay any amount of life, and you repeat this until no one pays life. Each player creates a 1/1 black rat creature token for each 1 life they paid this way. Now, it's 7 mana to do this. This is really more of a constructed card. I'm probably not going to play this card. You have to be at 7 mana. You have to have more life than they do to some degree. And like, yeah. I think this is probably going to be a long... It's also worth money. So again, these two are something you want to take in paper if you see them, because I think they're both quite a bit of money. Yeah. But again, I don't think these are either of them are playable and limited. I mean, if you get all of the things, sure, maybe, but I'm not heavily into that. Okay. All will be one. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, this enchantment deals that much damage to target opponent, creature an opponent controls, or planeswalker an opponent controls. Only a 4% chance to see bonus cards in pack. Yeah, so you're very unlikely to get enough, proportion of rats, even with the few that exists in the main set. But yeah, so this is All Will Be One is a reprint from All Will Be One. Again, it's good. There's a lot of things that put +1/+1 counters. Red doesn't have as many though, actually, as the others. It's usually going to be white, green, and blue, because the green and blue have the mutagen tokens, and the white just puts +1/+1 counters on things. So this is actually not that good in this set unless you're combining it with one of those colors. And it's not really good to splash because again, it's double pip. And again, it does nothing on 5, so that can be a problem. So for this one, it's also money, so you get to take it, but I don't think I would prioritize it highly as far as like actually drafting on Arena. Silverclad Ferocidon's also like $15 or thereabouts. So this is 7 mana, 8/5. It has Enrage. Whenever it's dealt damage, each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. It was never very good in Limited. It is very good in Constructed with your EDH decks. So I would not, again, not going to prioritize this card at all. Underworld Breach. Each non-land card in your graveyard has Escape. The Escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost, and then you also exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. And at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this enchantment. Better in Cube than in Draft, better in Constructed than in Draft. Still a possibility for like a really late game card to be able to just play a couple cards out of your graveyard. I'm not going to prioritize it very heavily because, again, that might not be good enough, and you really don't want it sitting in your hand early in the set. So, Doubling Season. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens in your control, it creates twice that many tokens instead, and an effect would put 1 or more counters on a permanent you control, it puts twice that many of those counters on the permanent instead. So this is like a $50 card anyway. Take it in paper. I think in each situation that we've seen Doubling Season in the past, in the recent history, it's more of a meme, and you don't do anything on turn 5, which is not good enough. So I think the last time we saw Doubling Season was in like March of the Machines bonus sheet, I want to say. I'm not absolutely certain. Yes, it is still that expensive. According this printing is that expensive, I believe, around 40 or 50, this one. But I'm not sure about other stuffs. We can check. So if we click on Doubling Season here, on TCG Player, it's $50. I don't recommend buying anything from TCG Player because they're so horrible to their employees. But that's usually an indicator of like what that card actually costs. But you can find some for like $35 from Foundations. But yeah, even when we had a lot of things that created counters and tokens, Doubling Season was often not runnable and limited just because it was 5 mana do nothing that turn. So take it when you get in paper. I'm again not going to prioritize this. It is possible that I'll meme at some point, but you have to understand the cost of the card to play it, and don't do anything that turn. And there are a lot of enchantment and artifact destruction cards, so we'll see. The art is very cool. That's, I think, from the original like comics. I think that is an original comic art, but I'm not absolutely certain. It feels like it. Yes, so that's Doubling Season again. Like, so Underworld Breach and Doubling Season, like, I'm not gonna play Ferocidons at all, basically. I'm not gonna play All Would One. I'm not gonna play any these. I'm absolutely never gonna play these two. All Will Be One, there's always a chance that I meme. Doubling Season, there's a chance that I meme. Underworld Breach, there's a chance that I put it in the deck just in case I get it later and can get some value out of it. Ferocidons, probably not. Yeah. Rhythm of the Wild, however, is a very good card. Yeah. Kevin Eastman is the, yes. Okay, so it is, yeah. I know Kevin Eastman. Yes, okay, so yeah. So this is an original work of art from the comics. I was right, yay. Okay, Rhythm of the Wild is 3 mana. This is originally from, what was most recently, it was originally from Ravnica Allegiance, or Guilds of Ravnica, I forget which. And it was a really good card. So it says creatures spells you control can't be countered. That's, there is an uncommon cancel type spell, which is really important to remember that sneak spells can be countered as long as they're can be countered, period. But creature spells you control can't be countered, so that would stop that. Non-token creatures you control have Riot. Now, what Riot means is you can either have them enter with haste as they are, or you can have them enter without haste, but with a +1/+1 counter on them. And so this is just a really nice card for limited. So I very much like this. This one's kind of a B+ card. It's very nice. Waves of Aggression is a 5 mana card that allows you to untap all creatures that attack this turn. And then after this main phase, there's an additional combat phase, followed by an additional main phase. So basically, you attack with all your creatures, you play this, and then you untap all the creatures that attacked and attack again, and then you get another main phase. But the thing is, it has retrace, which means that you can discard a land in addition to casting its spell, paying its casting cost. Wait, that's retrace, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. Retrace. I might be... There's so many keywords these days. Yes, okay, I do have it right, yes. So you can discard a land and then pay the mana cost and cast it again from the graveyard. So it's really nuts because it keeps happening. It is a good card, but you have to be kind of ahead, essentially. If you're behind and your creatures aren't going to be getting through anyway, it's not great. In fact, it's actively bad. So it's a little bit conditional, and for that reason, I would take this as a B or B plus, maybe maximum card. There's a lot of other cards that I would take over it. But I can definitely see it ending a game real fast if you're ahead. Arcbound Ravager is being reprinted, and it does have the Mouser with the reflections of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in its, and probably Shredder here. No, that's a sigh. The reflections of the turtles in the metal. That's cool. But yes, Arcbound Ravager. All of these are reprints, by the way. Arcbound Ravager, 0/0, sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And it comes into play with a 1/1 counter, which is modular 1. Modular 1 also means that when it dies, you put a +1/+1. It's counters. It's +1/+1 counters on another artifact creature you control. So there's a lot that's going on with this that you can't really see. But definitely hover over the card in Arena and it should give you the full text of what modular is. But this is a really fun card to have in an artifact deck and can get very big very quickly and then pump another creature when it dies. So pretty sweet card. I'm still going to give it an A-. No, I'm going to give it a B+. It's still good. I don't think it's going to be, unbelievably crazy, like, nut things. But we'll see. Ronin's Arsenal, which is Conqueror's Flail, which is an equipment. So 2 mana, equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each color among permanents you control. And as long as this equipment is attached to a creature, your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. So that means that they're not going to be flashing things in. They're not going to be casting instants. So it is an interesting card, usually more for constructed than limited. The +1/+1 for each color among permanents you control is less relevant in a set that that isn't sort of a rainbow set where you're encouraged to run a million colors. That said, I do think that you are encouraged to splash in this, potentially run 3, maybe 2 and a splash. So it's not awful. So it's 4 mana total to equip to maybe get +3/+3. But I don't think most decks really want this that much. Usually it's going to be +2, and +2 is not bad. I think this, I might take this, especially in an artifact deck. I'll take it if it comes around, when I've already got the artifact sort of synergies, and or if I'm already in 2 color. If I'm in monocolor, obviously I'm not going to run this at all. But if I'm in 2 colors, it's probably worth it because, again, an equipment that you can pay 2 to equip and that will guaranteed give +2/+2 is pretty nice. But again, I'm not going to take it early. So this is more of a B card, B-. Metallic Mimic, 2 mana. As this creature enters, choose a creature type. Yeah, it's a shapeshifter, right? This creature is the chosen type in addition to its other types. So it's artifact creature, and then it can also be, it's also a shapeshifter, and then it can become a turtle, for example. Each other creature you control of the chosen type enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. It's a good card for this set. There's a lot of creatures that are the same type. So I very much like this one, even if it's just going to be blocking early as a 2 mana card that you can always guarantee casting on 2 as long as you have 2 lands. I just like that in a set that is really going to be about, getting down early. And maybe you then get if they decide not to swing into it, maybe you still get the value of the +1/+1 counters when you just next play a creature. So it's pretty good. So I am going to give this an A. I just think it's good value. Donnie's Bow, 1 mana, Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear is a spear. It is not a bow. This is a flavor fail. Meh. All right. Anyway, equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and lifelink. You can pay 1 for permanents your opponent's control to lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You can equip it for 2. This card is very, very good. It always has been. This is going to be an A. You're going to take this card if you can. There's a few cards you take over it, but not many. Not too many, anyway. Leo's Katana is a 3 mana sword of sinew and steel. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from black and from red. Those are the 2 best removal spells. Those 2 colors were the best removal spells in this set. In terms of, you know, the other stuff is like enchantment-based removal for white and blue for the most part. So you absolutely can remove those with artifact and enchantment removal. And then this should protect a lot of your stuff. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target planeswalker and up to 1 target artifact. The artifact is going to be the relevant thing here. I don't think we have any planeswalkers. But +2/+2 and protection from is pretty sweet. And if you play against a black-red deck with this card, they're going to be very upset. So it is a good card. I will probably take it around the A or A- mark. Again, 5 mana to equip, but again, and it's going to be better against certain colors than others, obviously. So probably I'm gonna label it B+ or A-. 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 It's a good card. All right. Jitte, Raf's Jitte. Holding a sigh, but they called it a Jitte, which is interesting. I know that they gave Raf, for the main set, I know that they gave Raf Jitte instead of Sai. And I think they had a reason for it online. But because this is the source material, I assume that they just went with the source material, because we've got the size here for Raf, we've got the size here for Raf, we've got the size here for Raf, and so on and so forth. So, and here. So I'm assuming that they just, because the source material, they didn't do that. So anyway, Jitte, Umezawa's Jitte is still stupid. Slam this card. It is an A+ card in my opinion. Don't think it's S tier in this particular format, but maybe it is. Maybe it's S tier. This card is absolutely stupid. Is it ST? S tier? Chat, do you think in this set, based on what you've seen, is it an S tier card? Have fun, Kitty Kate! What do you think? I think it's absolutely A+, at the very least. I can't tell whether to put it in the S tier thing. You think it's an S? Okay, we'll put it in the S. So, Jitte, you slam. And then you go from there. And Undercity Sewers is a really good reprint. It's money. Most of this is money. Like, in all honesty, like, most of this is still money. Like, the Mimic, the Rhythm of the Wild, and the, like, a couple others are, like Path to Exile, or, like, those are, and Brainstorm, those are all, like, $4 to $7, maybe, dollars, but, like, or $3 to $7. But much of this is, like, 15 to, like, 40, or 50, so they did a really good job including value reprints on the bonus sheet. They will go down once these cards start making it into people's hands, but they're still really pricey. So Undercity Sewers is the Surveil land from MKM. It's a reprint of that. So it enters tapped, and when it enters Surveil 1, it's an island and a swamp. So it also does provide... Prof really hates that it doesn't say tap for... It doesn't have the mana symbols on it, but that's what it is. So why did they reprint a single one? I don't know. I don't know. That's rough. Okay, but thank you so much for the link for the the extra special stuffs. But yeah, in paper, you're definitely going to want to pick up a lot of these cards just as money picks. So yeah. Because it's sewers, yes, for TMNT. Yes. Very true, very true. So so hopefully that's just our initial, look at the rares and mythics, and of course from last time, the commons and uncommons. We will reevaluate as, the set goes on. And in about 7 hours, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles early access will start. So I may not be on right away because I do have to sleep. But I know a lot of amazing streamers, your favorite ones, will be on starting right away, so it'll be great. The art is so poggers, you don't see the prices adjusting. You expect these to simply be premium. They could be, yeah. I mean, because the art is different, often things go down less, but because the card is in circulation more, some of the older stuff goes down as well, so it depends. But yes, so hopefully that will help you with your pre-releases, and with your drafts early. But again, today, really to see the real value of the cards, to see the synergies of the set, to see how the set plays, even if you're seeing draft, which is what we'll be playing, rather than sealed, which is what the pre-release is, you'll still get an idea of the cards and the synergies and what can really work. So, okay. So yeah, this looks like we get only pick 2 draft. There's no like 8-man draft, etc. But there is standard, traditional, and norm and best of 1, and then there's also sealed and pick 2 draft. So we'll be playing for the most part pick 2 draft, but we might do a sealed or 2, just to see what that looks like. Sealed is just such a crapshoot that yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we've got that coming up. No, but it goes for the full day. Like it starts at 10 a.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Eastern for me. And then it goes all the way until overnight, all the way until 10 a.m. Pacific the next day, Thursday. So you'll have time at some point when you to be off work. Don't worry. Right when it starts, you might be at work, but yeah. Do your students really need to learn derivatives? I have forgotten everything I ever learned about derivatives. Everything. I have completely forgotten it. So I have not needed them since then, but some people do. I could not teach derivatives to save my life. You're talking about calc, right? Please say you're talking about calc. I mean, if we're talking about derivative, like, lines of argument, then we're talking about something different. Yeah, Calc 1. Okay, good. I was gonna be like... and books being derivative of other works, for example. But yes. Okay, so let's go and, let's go and raid somebody, and then you can be ready for the turtles, and I'll go sleep, and I might be on, like, a little later in the evening. We'll see. It depends on how quickly I can get to sleep right now, because I'm basically nocturnal, and it's annoying. So we'll see how well it goes. All right, who's online? Let's see. Who's on first? Akil TV is on. That's the one I recognized right away and love. Yeah, let's raid Akil. You're gonna have such a good time, and Akil is doing Lorwyn drafts. Looks like a really cool mono blue deck right now. So that's really exciting. I'll stick around and say hi and watch a little bit of how that goes while I eat the rest of my sandwiches, which was kind of stale by now, but here we go. All right, so let's raid Akil. And if Akil sticks around for like the early access event too, you're gonna have a blast too. So, but we'll probably raid somebody, at least who is going to be doing the early access after, if Akila is not. So, all right. Okay, so anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out, for giving me your insights on the cards and yeah, everything. Again, what we were doing was from a limited perspective. So if you are looking for constructed perspectives, there are other streamers that will be focused on that. And going from there. Even, you know, if I were to try construct, the insights I have would be for Commander, and they wouldn't be as relevant to the stuff that you're doing on Arena anyway, because Brawl is a whole nother animal with its inclusion of alchemy. So so I definitely can recommend some constructed players for you to watch who will probably have better insights in terms of how that will work. But yeah, so for now, let's go raid Akil and do this. I'm so glad it was entertaining and educational. That's awesome. If you missed a moment and you really did want to hear my thoughts on a particular card and chat's thoughts, because again, your insights are really, really nice and important, there's the YouTube link. The VODs are always up there and always free. We also have box openings and edited drafts and arena opens and directs and things like that. So thank you so much for checking it out. I really appreciate it. If it is your thing, consider liking, subscribing. It's free and it helps the channel. Yay. But I love you all, whether you like it or not. Hopefully I'll see you here, and check out the sponsors when you get the chance.